Moving on, for a remarkable start of the event, may I kindly request Colonel Dr. A.S. Malhotra, sir, Director General IPEM, to please take over the session and enlighten the audience with the opening and welcoming remark, sir.
Thank you, Rita, for introducing me as well as giving a glimpse of the e-conference that we are hosting today on behalf of the IPM group of institutions. Now, it is my pleasant duty to give a welcome address. I, Colonel Malhotra, on behalf of the patron, Mr. Anupam Goyal ji, Advisor and Dean, Professor Dr. Sugandha Goyal, the management, faculty, staff, and students of the IPM group of institutions, welcome you all who have joined us on Zoom or YouTube and wish you a very good morning or appropriate greetings as per the time zone in the area from which you are participating in this international conference on advanced and emerging applications in big data and machine learning today. We are indeed privileged to welcome our international speakers, Professor Pastor Arguelles Jr. from Philippines as our keynote speaker, Professor Nirmal K. Sharma from West Africa as another keynote speaker, and Mr. Danish Akhtar from Uzbekistan as validity speaker, Mr. Navel K. Sharma as the other speaker. We are also privileged to welcome Mr. Gaurav Sharma, Secretary Computer Society of India as the chief guest, and eminent national speakers for the technical sessions, Professor Manu Pratap Singh, our advisory committee member, and also Dean Ambedkar University, Agra, Professor Girish Sharma, Principal Bhai Parmanand Institute, New Delhi, Professor Devinder Tayal, ex-Dean Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, New Delhi, and most importantly, the paper presenters who have submitted their research paper for sharing the same at this international conference. We greatly appreciate their efforts. We are happy to state that there has been an overwhelming response from the academicians, research scholars, practicing professionals, and, and for the submission of the paper, both from India and abroad, across the continents, as we are grateful to all of them. We also welcome all those who are attending the international conference at, on this very important and upcoming theme and sub-themes of the e-conference. I am sure all of us will benefit a lot. All the papers have been checked and for plagiarism and reviewed by the experts, and only the selected papers are being presented in the e-conference. So I request all the participants, wherever you are, to please remain connected through Zoom or YouTube, as the case may be, throughout the proceedings of the conference. Now, for the benefit of our international and national participants from other parts of India, let me say a few words about the IPM group of institutions, which is hosting this international e-conference. The institute is located at Ghaziabad, adjacent to New Delhi, the capital of India, and comes under the National Capital Region. The institute was established by late Dr. B.S. Goyal, who had over 55 years of teaching and research experience in 1996. And now we are in the Silver Jubilee 25th year of our existence. The institute is ISO 9001-2015 certified, NAAC accredited, and a research center of the university. The institute conducts professional undergraduate and postgraduate courses in the areas of management, information technology, education, and law, all with the approval of the concerned professional bodies and affiliation to the university. Ever since its inception, The IPM group of institutions is known for its student-centric approach in teaching and discipline and has had very good results and placement, and thus has been ranked among the top few institutions in the NCR, National Capital Region. You will see a little more about the institute in the next few minutes or so. As we are aware, the COVID-19 has affected all of us across the world, and education sector is no exception. However, we are happy to state that the management, faculty, staff and students of the IPM group of institutions took it as a great challenge despite many limitations to ensure that all the activities that we were carrying out before the pre-COVID-19 are carried out during the COVID-19 period also, so that the students do not suffer. Regular classes, sessional tests, university exam, competitions, presentation, quizzes, guest lecture, cultural activities, meetings, mentoring, etc. were and are being carried out with innovation and use of technology by following the guidelines issued by the government and its various bodies. As mentioned earlier, we at the IPM have had been holding webinars, workshops at regular intervals through professional experts. This e-conference is a continuation of the same. Based on our experience of conducting international conferences in physical form as well as through electronic form, we feel that electronic mode is likely to be the mode of conducting such international conferences in future also. Accordingly, the IPM group of institutions also is doing that. And we are happy to announce that we have three more international e-conferences lined up as follows. First, the role of human resources and organizational behavior for business stability on 25th February 2021 by the Management Department. Teacher Education Generation Next Perspective, Opportunities and Challenges on 18 March 2021 by the Education Department. And third, Sexual Harassment Against Women on 10th April by the Law Department. We request you and through you to all your colleagues to also participate in these international e-conferences. You may please visit our website or social media site for details, for which we shall send you the invitations also. Finally, I would like to once again welcome and convey our best wishes to the Honorable International and National Speaker, paper presenters, attendees from across the world, and the convener, Dr. Naveed Kumar Singh, Ms. Richa Vijay, Ms. Savita Singh, and all those who have been working behind the scenes for this success of this international e-conference. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your motivational message. We are always charmed by your sharp fluency. Now, may I request Mr. Shashank Kumar to kindly take over the session and acknowledge the audience with the informative string of IPEM news bulletin. Shashank, sir.
Of Computer Application Department of IPEM institution, glad to welcome all the dignitaries and participants present over here from different part of India and outside India. Before proceeding further, I would like to introduce IPEM in a quick short. IPEM, Institution of Professional Excellence and Management Groups of Institution, was founded by late Professor Dr. B.S. Goel sir in 1996, who was a great inspiration for all of us, as he had more than 55 years of experience in teaching and research area. IPEM group of institutions established many milestones during its journey of 25 years. IPM accorded with Shiksha Bharati Award, and the Best Academic Excellence Institution in NCR in 2013. IPEM also ranked 8th among top emerging institutions in India by competition success. IPM offers its services in the following courses, that's BBA, BCom, MBA in management, BCA, MCA in IT, DLED, B.Ed in education, LLB, BLLB in law. For the upliftment of the student's career, we offer value addition courses for external agencies. As you can see, some of them are for IT, for management, for education. IPM has a lavish infrastructure. We have fully AC and well-equipped classroom, fully AC auditorium for accommodation capacity of 200 and more, cafeteria, sports ground, and well-equipped labs. IPM also aided financial services for the upliftment of the students from poor background by providing 50% concession for girls, fee concession for economic weaker section, scholarship provisions as per Samaj Kalyan Vibhag, fee concession for students who secure 90% marks or above in 12th class, and there is also installment to be paid by students. IPM always flags its success in its teaching learning process. Here are some of the examples. Priyanka Sharma, MCA, batch 2014-16. She is a university topper of AKTU by scoring 86.8% marks. It's a proud moment for all of us. Various alumni are placed in abroad also. Some are in Hong Kong, China, some in Saudi Arabia, North Carolina, London, UK. IPM has various student clubs like Communication Club, Sports Club, Entrepreneurship Club, Computer Application Club, Cultural Club. For the upgradation of the students and faculty, IPM organizes various seminars and workshops. Here are some of the glimpses. The national seminars on future trends and mobile technology, AI and IoT, work-life balance, myths and reality, gender discrimination of workplace, national workshops on hackathon, ethical hacking and cybersecurity, e-learning through MOOC. Alumni are also invited time to time for attending guest lectures for the upgradation of the students. IPM also organizes recreational trips, industrial trips, scout guide camps for the students. Law department organizes first national moot court competition in the remembrance of late Professor Dr. B.S. Goel sir. IPM also organizes alumni meet to strong its bond with alumni. Never stopping is our prime motto. In this pandemic situation where everything gets stuck, IPM continuously pay attention on its motto and organizes various events through online platform. We have organizes online teaching learning process through Google Classroom, student presentation through WebEx Expo, internal meeting through Microsoft Teams, communication activities through Zoom, and teaching through video created by IPM faculty. Activities that are conducted before pandemic and after pandemic are international conference on the topic innovation in global business and technology trends, goals and strategies on February 2020, debate competition on 20 February 2020, and after pandemic online activities that are inter-institutional article writing competition, inter-school article writing competition. We have organized various events like IT webinar, national webinar, faculty development programs, and alumni interaction. Thanks for listening. Now I would like to hand over the desk to Ms. Richa Vijay ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Shashank sir, for such informative string. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we rarely got this kind of opportunity to listen to the words of great knowledgeable speaker. But today we are so blessed to have such illuminators gathered with us as our honorable eminent speaker. Professor Dr. Naval Kishore Sharma, Associate Dean, Academic City College, Haatso, Arsa, Ghana, West Africa. So thus, without wasting much of time, I would like to request our honorable speaker, Professor Dr. Naval Kishore Sharma, to kindly take over the session for the and motivating us all with his energetic vibes and presence. Over to you, sir. Dr. Naval Kishore Sharma.
Yes, please allow me to share the screen.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir, you are allowed to share your screen.
Okay, just
Yes, sir.
it is visible to all.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, madam. Good morning to all, especially Director General Sir Dr. Malhotra and Dr. Naveen Singh, madam, all dignitaries and all those who are attending this. So, very good morning and a fresh good morning to all. So, I am Naval Sharma and working in Africa. So time difference is too much. It is 0. GM we are staying in 0. GMT 0. It is 5 hours 30 minutes difference from India. We are on the back side. So I'm discussing on the support vector machines, which is my topic for the PhD was also there. So one motivational speech video I'm showing hardly 2 to 3 minutes.
So this PPT or video has no voice, or is it so? We are not getting any voice. So Naval sir, the video is having no voice, or is it so? Please confirm.
So, as Dr. Swami Vivekananda told, we want that education by which character is formed, strength of mind is increased, the intellect is expanded, and by which one can stand on his own feet. We are still struggling to fit our education system in these 4 lines, what the Mr. Swami Vivekananda had told in more than a century ago. So we are coming to the main thing. My lineup is introduction to machine learning methods and support vector machines, SVM. So introduction, machine learning is a subfield of artificial intelligence. The goal of machine learning generally is to understand the structure of data and fit that data into models that can be understood and utilized by people. Although machine learning is a field within computer science, it differs from traditional computational approaches. In additional computing algorithms are sets of explicitly programmed instructions used by computers to calculate or problem solve. Now, by this screen, you see there is a paradigm shift from traditional programming to the machine learning. So in the traditional programming, we use rules and data, then use the traditional programming and we get the answers. But in machine learning, we use the answers and data as the input and we get the rules. Training phase data, then model and the predictions. So I'm running fast because time is a issue. So objective of this, all you can see the machine learning, different reinforced, different type of methods are there, neural networks, ensemble methods, classical, supervised, unsupervised, and SVM is the part of the supervised learning. Here, if you see, SVM is the supervised, then it is classification. So machine learning algorithms instead allow for computers to train on data inputs and use statistical analysis in order to output values that fall within a specific range. Because of this, machine learning facilitates computer in building model from sample data in order to automate decision-making processes based on data inputs. Any technology user today has benefited from machine learning. Facial recognition technology allows social media platforms to help users tag and share photos of friends. Optical character recognition technology converts images of data into movable type. Recommendations engines powered by machine learning suggest what movies or television show to watch next based on your preference. Self-driving cars that rely on machine learning to navigate may soon be available to consumers. Machine learning is a continuously developing field. Because of this, there are some consideration to be keep in mind, as you know, with machine learning methodologies or analyze the impact of machine learning processes. The common machine learning method of supervised and unsupervised learning and common algorithm approaches in machine learning, including the k-nearest neighbor algorithm, decision tree learning, and deep learning. We will explore which programming languages are most used in machine learning, providing you with the sum of the positive and negative attributes of each. Additionally, we will discuss biases that are perpetuated by machine learning algorithms and consider what can be kept in mind to prevent these biases when building algorithms. Text classification up until now and today. Previously, 3 algorithms for text classification: naive-Bayes classifier, k-nearest neighbor classification, simple, expensive at test time, high variance, non-linear. Vector space classification using centroids and hyperplanes that split them. Simple linear discriminant classifier, perhaps too simple or may not be. Today, SVM, support vector machine, and as well as it is known as also kernel machine. Some empirical evaluation comparison, text specific issues in classification. Linear classifiers, which hyperplane? Lots of possible solution for a ABC. It's a 3-dimensional plan. Some methods find a separate hyperplane, but not the optional one, optimal one. According to some creation of expected goodness perceptron, support vector machine finds an optimal solution, maximize the distance between the hyperplane and the difficult points close to decision boundary. One intuition: if there are no point near the decision surface, then there are no very uncertain classification decisions. Like if we want to have a picture of the dog and cat, if we want to discriminate by using the any of the machine learning algorithm, support vector algorithm, so how can we differentiate with these two things? One thing we can the size of the ears, and another one is their muzzle or snout, the pointed the nose. So by that difference, we can classify accordingly that whether it is a cat or a dog. Another intuition, if you have to place a fast fat separator between classes, you have less choices, and so capacity of the model has been decreased. Support vector machine maximize the margin around the separating hyperplane, also known as large margin classifiers. The decision function is fully specified by a subset of training samples, the support vectors. Solving SVM is a quadratic problem, programming problem seen by many as the most successful current text classification method. Maximizes margin, support vectors, narrower margins. Maximum margin formulation, W, decision hyperplane normal vector, Xi, data input I, Yi, class of data I +1 or -1. Classifier is this, Fxi, sign of Wt Xi plus B. Functional margin Xi is Yi Wt Xi plus B. But note that we can increase this margin simply by scaling W and B. Functional margin of data set is twice the minimum functional margin for any point. The factor of 2 comes from measuring the whole width of the margin. Geometric margin, distance from example to the separator is R is equal to Y Wt X plus B divided by moduli W. Examples closest to the sorry, closest to the hyperplane are support vectors. Margin rho of the separator is the width of separation between support vectors of classes. The diagram you can see, derivation of finding R, dotted line perpendicular to decision boundary, so parallel to W unit vector. I am rushing because time is a major constraint. Linear SVM mathematically, the linear separable case assume that all data is at least distance 1 from the hyperplane. Then the following two constraints following for a training set Xi, Yi is Wt Xi plus B greater than 1 if Yi is equal to 1 and less than equal to -1 if Yi is equal to -1. For support vector, the inequality becomes an equality. Then since each example's distance from the hyperplane is R is equal to Y Wt X plus B moduli, the margin is rho 2 by moduli B. Linear support vector machine, hyperplane Wt X plus B is equal to 0. Extra scale constraint, minimum I is equal to 1 to n Wt Xi plus B is equal to 1. This implies Wt Xa minus Xb is 2. Rho is equal to amplitude of Xa minus Xb, 2 is equal to 2 module divided by W. You see here, Wt Xb plus B is equal to -1. Here it is +1. This is rho, distance. Linear SVM mathematically continued. Then we can formulate the quadratic optimization problem. Find W and B such that rho is equal to 2 by W is maximized, and for all Xi, Yi, Wt Xi plus B is greater than equal if I is equal to 1. Wt Xi plus B less than 1, Y is equal to, already we have done. A better formulation mean minimum W, maximum 1. Find W and B such that phi W is equal to 1 by 2 Wt is minimized for all the values. Solving the optimization problem, find W and B such that phi W is equal to 1 by 2 Wt, W is minimized, and for all Xi, Yi, Wt X greater than equal to 1. This is now optimizing a quadratic function subject to linear constraint. Quadratic optimization problems are a well-known class of mathematical programming problem and have many intricate algorithms exist for solving them, with many special ones built for SVM. The solution involves constructing a dual problem where Lagrange's multiplier alpha 1, alpha I is associated with every constant in the primary problem. Find alpha 1 to alpha n such that alpha QA is equal to alpha I minus 1 by 2 maximized, and this the optimization problem solution has the form W is equal to sigma AI yi xi bi is equal to yk minus wk for any s such that each non-zero alpha I indicate that corresponding xi is a support vector. Then the classify function will have the form. Notice that it relies on an inner product between the test point x and the support vector xi. We will return to later. Soft margin classification. If the training data is not linearly separable, slack variable can be added to allow misclassification of difficult or noise examples, allow some errors, let some points be moved to where they belong at a cost, still try to minimize training set errors and to place hyperplane far from each class large margin. The old formulation find W and B such that phi W 1 by 2 WTW minimize and for all XY is greater than equal to 1. The new formulation is that the slack variable included in that one. Parameter C can be viewed as a way to control overfitting, a regularization. The dual problem for soft margin classification, find alpha with the using the variable C. Neither slack variable nor their Lagrange's multiplier appear in the dual problem. Again, xi with non-zero alpha I will be support vector. Solution to the dual problem is W is equal to sigma AI yi xi, B is equal to yk 1 minus slack variable minus wt xk where k is equal to argument xa. W is not needed explicitly for classification. Classification with SVM, given a new point x, we can score its projection onto the hyperplane normal. Compute score WTX plus B is equal to sigma IYXT plus B. Decide class based on whether or equal to greater than 0. Can set confidence threshold T. Score is greater than T, yes. Score is less than minus T, no. Else, don't know. Linear SVM. The classifier is a separating hyperplane. The most important training points are the support vectors. They define the hyperplane. Quadratic optimization algorithm can identify which training points xi are support vectors with non-Lagrange's multiplier x alpha I, both in the dual formulation of the problem and in the solution. Training points appear only inside inner products. Non-linear SVM. Data sets that are linearly separable with some noise work out great. But what we are going to do if the data set is just too hard? How about mapping data to a higher dimensional space? Non-linear SVM, general idea, the original feature space can always be mapped to some higher dimensional feature space where the training set is separable. Phi x is equal to sigma x. So this is the where the dimension is higher dimension. The kernel trick, the linear classifier relies on inner product between vectors. If every data point is mapped into high dimensional space via some transformation, the inner product, a kernel function is some function that corresponding to inner product in some expanded feature space. Two-dimensional vector need to show that kernel. Why use kernels? Make non-separable problems separable, map data into better representational space. Common kernel, linear, polynomial, gives feature conjections, radial bias, basis function, infinite dimensional space. This equation is given. Haven't been very useful in text classification. Support vector machine, SVM, choose hyperplane based on support vector. Support vector is critical point close to decision boundary. Degree 1, SVM are linear classifiers. Kernels, powerful and elegant way to define similarity metric, perhaps best performance text classifier, but there are other methods that perform about as well as SVM, such as regularized logistic regression, Yang and Oli, partially popular due to ability of good software. SVM Lite is a accurate and fast and free for research. Now lots of good software, libSVM, tinysvm, comparative evaluation of method, real world exploit domain specific structure. Source resources for today's lecture. These are the resources. So I am bowed with the time. So question please. Thanks for listening. Suggestion for improvement. Without criticism, friendship is a fraud. If you want to discuss in detail anything you have doubt, you can please mail me or WhatsApp me. And thank you very much with the organizers. Thank you very much to the organization.
Hello. So, dear all, do you have any questions regarding Dr. Naval Kishore Sharma's presentation? Any questions? You can write in a chat box if you have any queries. Just write in a chat box.
I will reply accordingly. Okay.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah.
We'll pass through.
Okay.
If
Thank you,
anybody
madam.
is having any query, yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I think everybody's pretty clear about the presentation. So generally people have no queries. So we are just moving on. Thank you so much, sir, for such delightful and resourceful words. So moving on further, I take it as an honor to request our chief guest, Mr. Gaurav Sharma, Principal Research Scientist at Digital India Corporation, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, and also the Secretary of CSI Ghaziabad chapter. Sir is having experience of more than 15 years as innovation and research manager in the field of information and communication technology and electronics, ICTE, and having engineering, heavy engineering. I would like to request Mr. Gaurav Sharma to kindly take over the session for guiding us all with his presence worthy word. Sir, please take over the session. Over to you.
Good morning. Thank you for such a detailed introduction. Honorable Director General of IPEM, Colonel Dr. Malhotra, our esteemed keynote speakers, Professor Navel from Academic City College, Ghana, our guest of honor, Professor Alex from Vietnam, Professor Danish from Sharda University, and especially Professor Pastor, who was unable to join us from University of Perpetual Help due to some personal issues, but all other dignitaries present, my dear IPEM faculty members, CSI student members, and participants, a very warm good morning or good afternoon to you all, depending on the time zone you are in. I really feel honored and privileged to be here with you today, and I would like to thank IPEM management for organizing this international e-conference on advanced and emerging applications in big data and machine learning. I also would like to thank you, Ms. Savita Singh, Assistant Professor at IPEM and a very active CSI member, for taking this joint initiative and suggesting me as the chief guest on this special occasion. As we know, IPEM is broadly known for as a beacon of knowledge and excellence. It is also one of the institutions that can truly claim to be shaping the future of young minds while preparing leaders for tomorrow. This international event is very relevant in today's world. It has great intrinsic value. In my opinion, organizing this event will further add another feather in IPM's cap. So, being an invited guest from Computer Society of India, it's my duty to introduce you to CSI. So, as far as CSI is concerned, we are a body of volunteers with a mission to facilitate research, knowledge sharing, learning, career enhancement for all categories of IT professionals. We also inspire, nurture, and assist new interns to integrate into IT community. I would you would be glad to know that CSI is one of the oldest computer professional body for computer professionals, researchers, and academicians in India. It was formed in 1965 and consists of 7 regions, close to 80 chapters, about 600 student branches all over India. And there are more than 1.2 million members from government, industry, academic institutions, individuals, and students. Being the secretary of CSI Ghaziabad chapter, I would also like to introduce our chapter. Ghaziabad chapter, since its inception in 2004, has been one of the leading chapters under CSI. Our chapter has members from Ghaziabad, Noida, Greater Noida, Meerut, and other cities. Chapter has many institutional and student branches from all these cities, and large number of individual members from industry and academics, and also government. Under this chapter, we have been organizing several events. So especially during this pandemic situation, we understood the need for the students who were supposed to go for internships during as a part of their curriculum and were not able to do it because of the pandemic times. And accordingly, so we conducted online summer internship program for BTech, MCA, and BCA students. It consisted of live projects on in vogue topics like IoT, machine learning, deep learning, etc. Apart from conducting webinars on various technical topics, we have also been conducting soft skill programs for students, which are very much essential to meet the industry requirements. The next event in the series is on digital detoxification, which is scheduled tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. I would invite you all to join the session. You may find the details on our website, which is csi-ghaziabad.org. Now, coming back to the conference track, which is on big data and machine learning. As I've already mentioned, it is a very relevant topic in today's world. So talking about big data, it is considered to revolutionize the businesses as we know it. It is going to change the way services are being delivered in subsequent years. So let's understand what this data is and what are we talking about and where it is coming from. So as soon as we enter into the digital world, along with so many smart devices and applications, including digital payments, social media, entertainment, health, sports, e-governance, transportation, science, etc., there is a plethora of data, rather I'll say petabytes of data each hour that is being generated. So this data is for the payments that you do, when do you do it, what context, what content you watch on TV, reasons for which you visit doctor, time you spend on your laptop or mobile device, or when do you speak with your friends or family, and how long you speak. And there are so many things that are being captured. For those who don't know, there are organizations all around the world that are accumulating this colossal amount of data for their references. So now the question is, what do they do with this data? So this data is being analyzed for insights that lead for better decisions and strategic business moves. This analysis is becoming very common these days by companies to outperform their peers. In most industries, existing competitors and new entrants alike will use these strategies resulting from the analyzed data to compete, innovate, and capture values. This also helps the organizations to create new growth opportunities and entirely new category of companies that can combine and analyze industry data. So while this big data term is relatively new, the act of gathering and storing large amount of information for eventual analysis is an age-old practice. As we all know that the start of artificial intelligence started in way back in 1950 when Professor Alan Turing invented his Turing laws and Turing machine, and he gave several ideas. And all those who don't know, he played a pivotal role in deciphering the Enigma machine, which Germans used to use for their internal communication. And once that the codes of Enigma machine were broken, the Allied powers were actually able to take advantage, and in turn they were able to win the World War. But soon after that, when this era of artificial intelligence started, it was always a requirement, because machines would always require some background data to work upon, so that they can make their own algorithms, they can train themselves, and then they can give better results and better analyses, which would be required for us humans to understand and act upon. So way back, I understand way back in 1950s and 60s, in the Western world at least, there were several infrastructures that were being fitted with so many sensors, which kept on accumulating data, and then that data was subsequently being consumed by the machines later in 70s and 80s and 90s to bring more meaningful insights about the entire thing. So the concept of big data problem gained momentum in early 2000 when the concept of 4 V's was introduced. It was basically the volume, the amount of data that is being captured, the velocity at which the data can be processed, the variety, which consists of the various sources of data, and the veracity, which dictates how accurate the data is. So without getting much into further technicalities, let us understand why this big data has come into so prominence. So the main reason is, there is a availability of cheap infrastructure to store data. Now, I'll give you an example. When I was a kid, and probably in 1998, I bought my first multimedia computer. So you'll be surprised to know the configuration. My computer had only 2 gigabytes of hard disk, which was state of art in the country that time. And also I had 32 MBs of RAM, which was the best in class that time. So, and now if you talk about, I have, my own personal computer runs on 16 GB of RAM and, 2 TB of, hard disk. So, you can understand the kind of, the progress in the storing the data. Earlier also it was, there, but it was like, it's very, very expensive to hold data there. So now, and then there is abundance of data also that is coming in from the sensors that you install there. There's a boom in internet, which creates several hundred weblogs. There are a plethora of mobile phones and IoT devices which are there, which keep on, sending data. And this data may be personal or, public data that you can consider of. The second main thing which made this particular thing, although we have been talking about the storage and all that for quite some time, but the second thing that came into existence was the cheap infrastructure to process the data faster. So now we have this next generation hardware, we have cloud computing, we have new general purpose processors, we have supercomputers, and and several of these things. Let me give you an example. I was hearing to one of the IBM. I was actually interacting with one of the IBM engineers, and he told me that their moon mission, the processors that they had on board on that rocket, the computing speed of that the processor was actually less than what was present in our mobile phones in early 2000s. So now you can understand how the computing speed has also played a major role. So talking about supercomputers, these are basically interconnected systems to process huge amount of data, and then you have these cloud services like Amazon and Microsoft Azure, and there are several others. So what you can do is you can just take your algorithm, you can have this big data, you can go to the cloud, you can run your program for several hours, and you can get it back. Earlier, I'm sure the way Professor Navel will remember, and many other senior members here in the conference would remember that in 80s it used to happen that you have to write your program, and then there was a scheduler that you have to wait with the punching cards. Then you have to wait for your turn to come. So now what has happened is this infrastructure like AWS and Amazon Web Services and Microsoft, now since they are there, you don't have to wait, you don't have to procure this hardware for your own lab, and you have to wait for the results to come. You can just go at your convenience time, your convenient thing, you can just run your program and get the results, and these results can be thrown up for the public for whatever reason. You can open up a company with an idea or something. So anyways, getting down, I would not like to take much time, and I would let the speaker, the experts speak on the topic. But here I would like to share the India story. I don't know how many of you know the story of Indian supercomputer. It was called Param. It's still there. So it all started way back in 1987, if I'm not wrong. So it was a time when we were supposed to excel in our nuclear program, and we were wanting new supercomputers from the US. So already there were sanctions in late 70s and other times when we did our first procurement test during Indira Gandhi's time. So there were several sanctions that were imposed on the country, and then we tried to reach out to Russia for getting the supercomputers. But then US being a superpower, they also impose another set of sanctions to Russia, and we were deprived of having supercomputers. So ultimately during Rajiv Gandhi's tenure, there was a project proposal from my ministry where I'm working in. So there was a proposal for procuring that supercomputer from the US, and it had a specific cost. So it was something around 37 crores around that time. So there were stalwarts there, and they spoke with Rajiv Gandhi, and Rajiv Gandhi and asked, can we do something in-house? Can we do something in India? And then there was a proposal that came up. There was the Center for Development of Computers, CDAC, as we know, that was being institutionalized, and then they were given a budget of something around 37 crores for a period of 3 years, and they were asked to build up a computer. And in 1991, they actually produced India's first supercomputer. And for benefit of all of you, that was among the top 10 supercomputers in the world that time. And then we started producing several supercomputers, and we are excelling in that particular domain. And now the situation is we are also exporting the supercomputers to other countries. So that's on the hardware side. Now, since the entire paradigm has shifted to the software part, so you'll be good to know that you'll feel happy that we already have around 121 crores of Aadhaar cards that are being given to the citizens of India. And then that stores humongous amount of data that is there. So, and also, as far as there's another application from a ministry which is called the DigiLocker, which has around 512 crore registered users, and there are more than 42 billion issued authenticated documents. Now, why I am giving you this example is that we have those platforms where we can actually on which we can run our this big data algorithms, and we can churn out data. We have a huge amount of IT in the income tax related, the PAN card and all that data which is there. And because of the numbers, we have the capability to run our algorithms, and we can have good amount of knowledge superiority within the country. I would like to hear mention, like around the world there's a very small tiny country called Estonia, and it has been given the credit of being the best e-governance country in the entire world. The UN has given it the award as well. So just to give you an example, so the size of Estonia in terms of population, so just within DigiLocker, we make transactions per year which is thrice the amount of the population of Estonia is. So even though we are following the Estonia example, but let me tell you that we are actually on the front end of this technology as well. So, and I would request all the researchers here and all the participants who are here, that we have a huge potential and a huge scope where they can actually bring in their technical expertise, and they can they can help us, they can help the country in getting the knowledge superiority. So with these thoughts, I would like to close my remarks, and I would like to say that let's make India a superpower again. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Gratitude is what we can represent for such enlightening and brilliant work. Now, moving on to the introducing our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Alex Khang, Vietnam University of Technology, Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. So, Dr. Alex Khang actually is having a very diverse profile, like international reviewer and evaluator of various journal papers, international evaluator of PhD thesis in science field, session chair and track chair Springer partner, and he's also the editor and author of the book series of science. So without wasting much time, I would like to request Professor Dr. Alex Khang to kindly come upon and take over the session for the addressing and influencing speech. Dr. Alex Khang, sir, over to you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir. Dr.
Yeah.
Hear you.
The written from the Vietnam. Good evening. Sorry, good afternoon. I am, Alex Khang, currently the professor in the information technology, AI researcher and data scientist, and some, the addition activity in the information technology, the community, about the, the international, the keynote speaker, and paper and book, reviewer and evaluator, and some the session chair for the AI or data science, data engineering session. So today I would like to share with you about some sharing what the data science and big data, Internet of Things. Okay, let me share the screen. Can I share screen? It's okay. Internet of Things, the define the ecosystem of physical, the digital objects, interactivity in the mechanical, digital, mechanical, and smart device for provided with the unique identifier and the ability to transfer data over the an internet without requiring the human activity. IoT devices are embedded with the software, sensor, and the other technology for one of the connecting and exchanging data with the other device and the system.
Sorry, sir. Excuse me, sir.
Over the local network.
Excuse me, sir. So we cannot view your slides actually. Please share your slides.
Yeah. Yes. It's okay now? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Continued. Yeah. The IoT device by the 2020 about the more than the 26 billion of IoT device connected in the internet. Maybe in the future about the 2025, the number will rise 100 billion, and maybe in the future, in the 2030, over the 500 billion IoT device connect to internet. So the data is very important. Because the every IoT device can output the data, and we know that the data in the the ecosystem is very big. We need to store in the cloud computing service make such as the Microsoft Azure, AWS, or the Google Cloud. And in the future, maybe the we need some tool, some utility and software for analyze or visual or do something with the big data. When we work with the big data, you know that we have the unstructured and structured data. Data we have from the relational data and no SQL data, and we need some specific tool or the partial tool or software for the working on the big data. And in this field, we need more things related to the machine learning, deep learning, or the some some service from the third-party provider. For example, we have the machine learning on the Microsoft Azure or the Google Cloud. Today we have some, the methodology or the technology for the IoT. We can call the new name the Internet of Everything. I mean that we have the AIoT, IIoT, and EIoT, the IoT for education, for industrial, and for automation. So the AIoT devices are now available to get and generate a huge amount of telemetry data or big data from huge number of connected devices in the real time. So the unlimited challenges and top concern of data. Nowadays, the world had connected the era of the IoT, AIoT, and very big data. The need it for its storage it also grew the second by second. That's the reason why we need to find the other solution for storage and for working on the big data. That is a challenge and the top concern for the data engineer or data scientist. But when we work with the data, big data, the specific big data, we need to follow the life cycle, the data life cycle for at least the 6 stages that we can process or we can follow the IoT data. The first, we need to gather, we need to maintain. In the gather state, we have the data acquisition, data, the entry and signal reception. And the next stage, we have the maintain the data. We have the data label, data, the architect. And the next step, we have the process. We need to have the data mining, data summarization, and the next stage we have the analysis. You tool to explore, to confirm, and to predict. And the next step we have the publication, data exporting, and data reporting. And the last we have achieving production line. The data could be removed out or store the author play for you in the future. When we work with the big data or the data analysis or data science, we need to follow the 6 stage for this is the standards for processing or for the working on the big data. And the big data today is very important for the every industry in the world. So we cannot use the storage on-premise for storage. So every the SME, I mean the data engineer or the expert on the data science on the data engineering need to find a solution for storage the big data on the cloud. So the mission of cloud computing is the delivery of various the service of data storage, server, database, and networking, computing, and software through the internet and the satellite network too. So why we use the cloud computing? The single system maybe able to monitor its unit of AIoT data individual, but would not be able to access how the device are working in the relation of the related. So quickly build and develop the secure or the scalable AIoT application using the comprehensive IoT portfolio of the managed and platform service. So we need to use the Amazon Web Service or some web service from the other cloud, Microsoft Azure, or the Google Cloud Service too. Today, at the the high education or the company with the specialized in the software in the development or the AI industry, they focus the first thing, the AI model and the machine learning, deep learning, and the cloud service and some tool in the data visualization and analysis. And in the software industry or the information technology, we focus it the mayor of the platform. But in the higher education, we need to bring the subject or the topic or the course to the training for our students, especially in the computer science faculty. Sometimes we need to bring the data analysis or data visualization subject into the non-computer science faculty in the university, and we always encourage the researcher or the PhD student to read out from the abroad or the new technology for development of the AI model or the IoT device or the data, big data, or the cloud computing service. Finally, we just have the one work for the researcher or the PhD or scholar student. Just we need to innovate it and open mind and the try to learn more about the new emerging technology. Okay, thank you for giving me some minute for speaking in the conference. Thank you and thank you. Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir, for such knowledgeable session and such moving. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, I hear that.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much, sir, Professor Dr. Alex Khang, for such knowledgeable session. And so, moving on further, we have to start the technical session one. But before kick-starting that technical session one, I would like to request all our dignitaries and participants to open their video camera for a short while. We just want to take some snapshots because of. So please switch on your camera, video camera. Dear participants, dear dignitaries, please switch on your video camera for a short while. On. Please, I would like to request to all, please switch on your video camera. One. Kindly wait for 2 minutes. Till then, we are taking the snapshots. Please wait for 2 minutes. Okay, thank you so much. You can off your camera now. So now it is time to experience the momentum of this event, and it is time to quick start the session, technical session 1. So in the proceeding of the technical session 1, I just want to introduce our first eminent speaker for the conference, and Professor Dr. Devin Tayal. He is the ex-dean GGS IPU, and currently he is a professor in CSC and chief proctor in Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for Women, IGDTUW, Government of Delhi. So may I request our first eminent speaker for the technical session 1, Professor Dr. Devin Tayal, to kindly proceed for commencing his session. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon, good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, all the participants, and thank you very much. I thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me to the technical session. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizer for organizing this type of a wonderful conference. The topic of this conference is very apt, that is big data applications and the machine learning applications. Right, I would request you to please start sharing my slides so that I can discuss with the participants.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are doing.
Yeah. So, as I just discussed, the topic of this conference is very much apt, that is emerging applications of big data and machine learning. As we all know, big data and machine learning are the two very important fields which are there for the research domain. Just go to the first slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. So as we say, that big data is the buzzword today, right? So when we talk about the big data, so you can see Google gets over 3.5 billion searches daily. That is a huge data which we generate. And similarly, WhatsApp and the other social search engines and social networking sites, they are generating a huge amount of data. Whatever it may be, whether it is Facebook or Twitter or any other thing. And if you see the transition of data from the past history to today, right? Earlier, the data in 1960s were more popularly the structured data, right? So there was a popularity of the databases, and it was easy to mine because the data was stored in a particular structured format. Right, but nowadays the data is stored in an unstructured format, and as you can see, the most of the data which we are generating, around 80 to 90% of the data which we are generating today is in an unstructured format. So this gives rise to definitely a big amount of data. As you know, big data nowadays is having multiple dimensions, maybe more than 60. But basically, there are 4 dimensions of big data, or what you call as 4 V's, that is volume, variety, velocity, and veracity. Right. So these are the 4 main dimensions of the data which we have to take care of while processing this huge amount of data. Next slide, please. Yeah. So as you know, you can understand that poor data analysis can cost a huge loss to any industry. As we can say that the US economy cost about 3.1 trillion loss yearly just because of poor data quality. Right, and I've just discussed that 80 to 19% of the data generated today is unstructured. And therefore, 95% of the businesses, they manage unstructured data for their business, right? Everybody of us are using Amazon and such sites daily. So they are all basically running their business on the big data analysis. Unless they analyze the customer needs, unless they analyze the recent trends, it is very difficult for them to understand what the customers demand. Right, and if they are not able to make a correct decision, so definitely they are going to lose the competition. So therefore, there is a demand for a good decision making by properly analyzing the data which is available in the unstructured format. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's, I have already discussed that there is a big need of the big data analysis. And many companies, like I have taken example of Netflix, it saves around $1 billion per year on customer retention. Similarly, I just discussed the example of Amazon and all the other big brands. They are analyzing the big data, especially in the form of unstructured data, to analyze their customer views, their customer demands, and so on, and to run their business. And definitely when there is a huge amount of data, and especially in multiple formats, especially the unstructured format, image formats, and whatever formats, so the conventional data mining algorithms cannot be applied to mine this type of a data or to inference this type of a data. And there comes the need of machine learning algorithms, because we have huge amount of data. So we usually train the machine by applying some machine learning algorithms to get inferences from this data, and then on the basis of the training, and then we start running our machine learning algorithms to get the new inferences. Next slide, please. Yeah, this slide simply shows the applications of the machine learning, and you can see in any domain you can have the applications of machine learning, where it is a stock market, online fraud detection, email and spam, malware filtering, and any other field, traffic prediction, or whatever field where you have a huge amount of data, you can apply machine learning algorithms to get some useful inferences. Yes, next slide. These are also some data applications in different industries. So I think just by looking at this slide, you can come to know there are multiple dimensions in which, and multiple applications in which big data can be used for drawing different inferences. Right. Recently, a lot of data is being generated for COVID, because COVID is a pandemic worldwide. And now the researchers are applying different prediction models when this COVID will end, what loss it will create, and so on, because huge amount of data are being generated by capturing different types of data, right? So in all the dimensions, or in all the fields, wherever you can apply, wherever you can have big data, we can definitely apply machine learning algorithms to get useful inferences, right? So this conference is being organized for discussing the new research which is being done in the field of data mining applications, big data and machine learning applications. So before concluding, I would also like to discuss very few of my work which I have recently done, right, and very interesting work which I have done in big data and machine learning. So as you can see, this is a work which we had done for analyzing the data of Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Swachh Bharat Abhiyan was one of the most popular campaigns of the Modi government, right? One of the foremost campaigns of the Modi government, which was run throughout the India, and India being a highly populated country. So a huge amount of views were generated over the internet, whether this is a failure or this is a success, in what direction this Swachh Bharat Abhiyan is going. and so on. And then we applied some machine learning algorithms for after taking the data from the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. And after creating this model, we submitted our model to the Prime Minister office. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. Yeah, recently we have also developed some new algorithms, that is the fuzzy map reduce join algorithms, especially for associative classification. So this algorithm handles basically scalability and skewness in vertical data structure. So this is a new map reduce solution which we have proposed, right? And this was internationally worldwide. So as you can see, we proposed two new algorithms, that is MR-MCARF algorithms and MR-MCARL algorithms. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is very interesting for all of you because most of us are faculty members. So this work basically discusses about a machine learning approach for automated evaluation of short answers using text similarity based on wordnet graphs. So in this approach, we had used wordnet graphs, and then we are basically matching the answer written by the student and the sample answer given by the teacher, and then automatically using some natural language processing techniques and machine learning techniques, we try to match the answer, whether it is matching to what degree it is a matching, and accordingly, automatically the marks were awarded to a student. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is also one of the important and one of the unique work of its kind. This is, we have named it as Uttam, and this work was for automated spelling correction for Hindi language. Right. So before this work, this is the first work of its kind, because before this, there was no such work for automatically correcting the spelling written in a Hindi language. So especially in education domain, while we are teaching students or in other translation systems, so whenever you are getting a wrong Hindi word, this software, we have created a full software based on Java, and the video of this software is also available on YouTube. If anybody would like to refer, they can refer the YouTube link, right? And then we have used Viterbi algorithms and other algorithms to analyze the data and to generate an automated spelling correction system for Hindi. And then we compared our accuracy and some of the basic systems available, Spell Guru and Saksham, it outspelled and it outperformed those systems. Next slide, please. So these are, next slide please. So these are some of the works which I discussed about my research work, and then because I will not take much time, and I will throw the platform to the audience and to the researchers who have come here, but I would like to discuss a few of the future scope which is big data and machine learning is, as I also discussed a few minutes ago about the COVID data analysis. So, so a lot of data is being generated for COVID, and we are getting some good research papers published easily by analyzing the COVID data. So by this, I would end, and I would say good wishes and best of luck to all of the researchers who have come here for participation in an online manner. So my good wishes are for you, and I hope and I am sure knowledgeable will give a very much knowledgeable experience to all of you and an idea sharing experience. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such knowledgeable session related to big data on the government scheme and all. There was very unique information you have given to us. Thank you so much for the session. And now moving further, actually we are having our next speaker, Mr. MP Singh, Associate Professor, B.R. Ambedkar University, Agra. Due to some urgency, he is not available right now. So he will join us for the technical session 1. And till now, I hand over mic to Mr. Shashank sir to acknowledge you about the group of institution IPEM.
Good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Shashank Chaudhary. I'm a senior faculty of IPM Group Institutions, particularly in the management department. So this is an opportunity for me to apprise you about the culture, values, and activities of IPM group of institutions. Actually, our institute had a small beginning in the year 1996, and it was founded by late Dr. B.S. Goel, sir. Dr. B.S. Goel, who was an academician par excellence, had more than 50 years of teaching and research experience all over the world. So he was a faculty like us till 1996, and he was a professor of statistics in a government college. Then, after retiring from there, he was the director of some reputed private institutions. He was in BIT Misra, and he was also the director in Guru Ram Rai, Dehradun, and IPM, Ghaziabad also, Institute of Productivity Management, Ghaziabad, which was the first institute to start PGDM in Northern India in 1982. And he was the first Asian author, first Indian author actually, first Indian author to write a book on operational research, Dr. B.S. Goel, sir. So he was a great visionary, and during his academic journey, he had he had faced some issues in terms of that he wanted to do something for the academic enrichment of the institutes and the culture. But as a faculty, he always found that he was not able to do because there were some limitations. When you are a faculty, you may have some vision, you may have some dream, but due to some limitations, it may not be possible because you have to work in a certain pattern, a certain culture. So he always dreamed of having his own institute who could be based on values and who could work for the imparting education to the have-nots actually. We have education for haves, but what about have-nots? It was a basic, you can say, the approach he had, an attitude towards education. So in 1996, he started this institute as IPEM, Institute of Professional Excellence in Management, and he started with BBA, BCA courses. We were the first one to start BBA and BCA in Ghaziabad city of UP. So in 1996, it started, and due to his charismatic leadership, his continuous guidance, and hands-on involvement in all the activities of the institute, and having this large experience in networking all over the world in terms of academia and research. Today, we are having more than 2,000 students in our campus. We have four streams. We are running management, we are running computer application, we are running law, and we are running education courses. In management, we have BBA, BCom, and MBA. BBA and BCom are affiliated from Saudi Johnson University, and MBA is affiliated to AKTU, Abdul Kalam Technical University of Lucknow. Then in computer applications, we have BCA and MCA. BCA is from CCS and MCA is from AKTU. In law, we have BA LLB and LLB, both from CCSU. And in education, we have DLED, which was earlier known as BTC, and we also have BEd. So from CCSU, both the courses. So we have more than 60 faculty who are the regular faculty in IPM. We have a staff of around 40 people, so it's 100 plus team working 24 by 7 for providing education and supporting the development of the students, particularly the people who are belonging to lower class or middle class, because we have kept our fees also on a very reasonable level. At present, when the institutes in Ghaziabad, particularly NCR, have the fees in lakhs, we are still having the fees structure in thousands because we always work on the values and the vision of Dr. B.S. Goel, sir, that to provide education, value-based education to have-nots. And we are having state-of-the-art facilities in our campus. We have state-of-the-art seminar hall from where we are connecting with you all over the world at present. We are also having the auditorium, we are having sports facilities, we are having the cafeteria, we are having AC classrooms. So infrastructure wise, we are the leaders in Ghaziabad, still at a very reasonable fee structure. For the development of the students, apart from regular classes, we have mentoring program where each student is assigned a mentor for educational, academic, and non-academic development of the students, so that the students can resolve their queries, they can confide in their mentor, and a person who can be a friend, foster guide for the students. And this mentorship is continued throughout the 3 years or 2 years program, particularly for the development of the students. For apart from the academic course, apart from the academic curricula, for skill development, we have the facilities of value-added programs. In management, we provide value-added programs on Tally, digital marketing, Prof HR. In IT, we provide value-added program on Java and software testing and .NET, Python. So we have this value-added program structure also, where the experts from the industry, experts from the outside world, corporate world, who are actually having the large experience relevant to the particular field, come and interact with the students, and no extra charges are imposed for the conduct of these value-added courses. That is the culture of IPM. Whatever the basic fee structure we have from the students, the same fees is used for value-added courses. And a student who comes for education in the institute of like IPM always gets associated with us, lifetime association we have. We have a strong alumni network with our students. We are conducting alumni meet for the IT, management, education, and law every year. Where hundreds of students in each courses come and interact with each other and revive their old cherishable memories of the campus. Then we have club activities, because a student has to have a good personality and confident personality and outlook for success in the professional world. So we are having club activities. We are having IT club, we are having communication club, we are having sports club, culture club, and we are having also entrepreneurship cell. This entrepreneurship cell has the aim and objective of nurturing the entrepreneurial spirits of the students to make them the job givers rather than job seekers in the future. And we are having association with different collaborations with different bodies. We are active members of Ghaziabad Management Association, Noida Management Association, and we are actively connected with CSI, Computer Society of India. We are very thankful to CSI to be with us in all the different activities of our computer application department in IPM, and we are having a strong association with CSI. So like this, we are having associations, collaborations with different bodies of the industry and academia, are working 24 by 7 for the development of the students through value-added courses, club activities, regular classes, mentorship programs, and for research. We always provide the opportunity for our faculty to join, attend different FDPs which are conducted by national level reputed organizations. And most of the faculty always publish paper from IPM in Scopus journals, SCI journals. That is the norm in IPM. So I am here. I can say about myself that I am a part of the institute for the last 14 years, 15 years. Such type of working stability is a norm. There are numerous faculty in IPM who are here for like 8 years, 10 years, 12 years. So uh, it was just a small, you can say, effort and initiative from my side that I can apprise you that uh, we are really proud of being for the part of the IPM Institute, and such type of conferences we are conducting. Earlier we were conducting at national level only, but now we are working on international level. This is also one of the steps in that direction. In the coming time, on 27th February, we have a conference, international conference of management. That is role of HR and sustainable HR and organization behavior for sustainability business environment. Then we have an international conference in March by education department, that is role of teaching teachers, teaching education, generation next. So we are hopeful that in the coming time you will be associated with us and presenting your abstracts and papers, and we attend these conferences also as you are attending today. And with this, I would like to take a leave, and I will request Dr. Richa Vijay to continue forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shashank sir, for such knowledgeable string about the IPEM history, the current happenings, and the future events. As like sir told you that we are also conducting these conferences on the web conferences in the field of management and education. So we are seeking your participation in our future events also. And now we are proceeding for our technical session. But before that, we have to take a break for a short while. We are coming back around 15 to 20 minutes. So you just stay with us. We will be again here at 12:15 p.m. sharp. So with the same meeting ID and password, you can join our session, and we will continue with the technical session 2 paper presentation. And for a meanwhile, you can have the glimpses of the IPEM. Thank you so much.
A very warm welcome to one and all assembled here. I, Savita Singh, on behalf of Computer Application Department, welcome you all in technical session 2. To represent and accomplish the main motive of the conference, it's a high time to begin the paper presentation session. The session will be chaired by Professor Dr. Giri Sharma, Professor and Head of Department MCA, Bhai Parmanand Institute of Business Studies, New Delhi. And the valedictory session will be taken by Professor Dr. Danish Athar, Associate Professor, Sharda University, Uzbekistan. Each participant will get maximum 10 minutes for their presentation. Thus, without taking any much of your time, we will go ahead for the paper presentation. Now, I would like to call our first paper presenter, Ms. Sashi Suryakant Yadav, along with Dr. Anuranjan Mishra sir, who will give presentation on the topic Secure Authentication Architecture in Cloud Environment. Over to you, ma'am. Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen, ma'am. Just a minute.
Okay, okay, thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shashi. I'm a research scholar in Noida International University. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. My paper title is Secure Authentication Architecture in Cloud Environment. I'm sharing my screen. Secure authentication. Just a minute. In cloud computing is the most secure theme to imperative study of cloud computing. In this, a user share the data on CSP. So in that scenario, a user or a broker need to maintain confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So I discussed all the topic in my research, and at last I develop a model that maintain confidentiality, authentication, and integrity. Confidentiality is a set of rules that promise limited access or place confinement of specific sort of data. In confidentiality, we discuss about the encryption, decryption, how our data is encrypted. In our previous work, we already propose a confidentiality algorithm for that is key symmetric encryption algorithm. That work was already published in other papers in this, and we propose our architecture in this. We send the data to the cloud service provider CSP. When a data owner send the data to CSP, encryption algorithm is implemented and the data is decrypted and stored on the CSP storage server. So that is all discussed in our sorry, ma'am. That is security model. In security model, we discuss about the four type of attack: internal attack, external attack, replace attack, and last is cloud server attack. In this session, in this type of attack, we discuss how internal attack insecure the data, or external attack, replace attack, and cloud server attack. So all these attacks we discuss, and after discussion all these attacks, we propose a model, and our algorithm is simulated by Avispa tool. Avispa is a push button tool that is used to implementation analysis of security protocols. All the protocols we use to secure the data on internet. So we simulated our data or algorithm security protocol, that is Avispa. Avispa uses a role-based expressive formal language for protocol specification, which is known as HLPSL, high level protocol specification language. For our model, we also do a performance comparison. Our model is CIA model, confidentiality, integrity, and availability model. We do some performance comparison: data owner, data user, CSP, third party audibility, data owner, confidentiality. ये हमारा complete. Sorry. मैम स्क्रीन शेयर ऑफ हो गया मेरे साइड से, जस्ट अ मिनट मैम.
Hello.
Ma'am, screen share is off from my side due to some technical. I'm sharing.
No, your reference screen is visible to us, ma'am.
No, ma'am. For on my screen that is not visible.
Okay, okay.
This is the comparison study of our model: confidentiality, availability. We compare the various functionality features that provide our scheme to existing, that provide by our scheme other existing.
Ma'am, actually your screen is freezed on references part only. So kindly you stop share and then please share again.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Is it clear, ma'am? Performance comparison?
It's clear.
Okay, thank you. So I'm again starting. We compare the various functionality features that are provided by our scheme and other existing scheme. It is clear that this our table provides extra functionality and extra additional security features as compared with other or previous schemes. Our scheme provide user-friendly password phase as well as biometric update. Our scheme provide suitable multi-server environment. In addition, our scheme is shown secure through a Avispa tool. The proposed scheme offer trade-off between high security and extra functionality feature, efficiency of communication and computation cost as compared with other scheme. At last, the existing conclusion: the existing authentication and key agreement scheme for cloud computing have various weaknesses and also lack functionality feature. In this paper, we propose a new probably secure biometric-based authentication and key agreement scheme, which is more secure than the existing scheme and also provide extra functionality as compared to previous schemes. Furthermore, the various costs such as computation, communication cost of our proposed scheme are comparable with other related scheme. Our scheme provide additional feature like support for multi-server environment and efficient password change phase. So this is all in our new proposed cloud, secure model for cloud computing environment. Thank you. That is for all from my side, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Shashi ma'am. Thank you very much. Now moving forward, I would like to call Mr. Ajay Kumar Sharma, Dr. Professor Anuranjan Mishra, and the Dr. Mehtab Alam, who will give the presentation on the topic energy efficiency for mobile ad hoc network. Over to you, sir. Mr. Ajay Kumar Sharma. Hello. Ajay, sir.
Sorry, you called to Ajay Sharma?
Yes, sir, you are audible, but your voice is very low.
Okay, is it better now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So are you going to show my presentation, or do I need to share on the screen? Okay, you are sharing.
Yes, sir, it's visible. Please continue.
All right. So now I have. Let me start my camera also. So I hope you can see me, right? Am I visible in camera also?
Sir, your video is not visible.
I have started, however. So no problem. I think my voice is very much clear, right?
Yes, sir, it's very clear.
Okay. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to thanks first of all to whoever are involved in this and gave me this opportunity to present my paper. So thank you very much first of all. And let me tell about my topic. So my research topic is energy optimization for MANET. So MANET is mobile ad hoc network. So I would like to clear first of all about the MANET, as this is very popular nowadays. And the reason is even whoever are not educated and they don't know whether they are using MANET or not, but they are using it actually. And the reason is, I'll tell you in detail that MANET, as I told you, mobile ad hoc network. So the network which is movable, because of that this is mobile, and this is a ad hoc. This is not a permanent, this is a ad hoc. So ad hoc word is very popular in the market in layman language. So this is the same meaning that this is temporary, this is not a permanent. So this is a movable network, temporary. Would tell in other words, this is a temporary movable network. So let me give the example of this. We are moving here and there, and we are carrying our mobiles with us, and sometimes we are enabling the hotspot in our mobiles. So that is why that is movable network. So this is what is my topic, and specifically I'm working on energy optimization on that. And here my supervisor is Dr. Mehtab Alam, and co-supervisor is Dr. Anuranjan Mishra, and my name is Ajay Kumar Sharma. I am a PhD scholar with Noida International University, as well as I am working with IBM India Private Limited as a delivery operations manager, come global service delivery manager. I'm looking at one of the Canadian account. So this is about me and my supervisor and co-supervisor and my topic. So then can go ahead further about the abstract of this topic. So the protocol on which the mobile ad hoc network works, or the routing protocol of the mobile ad hoc network, have a basic standard which can control the number of nodes on the network that makes a proper way to route a packet between all the nodes on the network. So as I mentioned that whenever we connect the internet, there are two ways. One, the ordinary way earlier we were using, that we were having the router at our home, and through the router we were using the Wi-Fi connection or the network cable connection. So basically we were having the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure, so that through that infrastructure the internet connectivity was coming to our office or home through the wire, and then we were configuring it in the router, and then through the router, either by the network cable, we were using the internet in our computers and laptops, or we were having the Wi-Fi. So that was the previous ordinary way to use the internet and the network. And we were having a very good security, network stability, performance, efficiency, and energy efficiency also in that, because it was the complete IT infra at one place. Due to that, we were having the complete energy efficiency also. But the biggest challenge nowadays in mobile ad hoc network, because this is a movable, this is a ad hoc, so the challenge is energy. Because if we are moving, we don't have the battery, we don't have the electricity everywhere with us. Because of that, nowadays we people are facing the challenge in our mobile devices, that every time our mobile battery is getting drained, and every time whenever we are going anywhere, we are asking that do we have charger of the mobile, can we charge our mobile, because my mobile's battery is going to drain. This is what is the challenge, this is what is my topic basically. So that is why in starting I mentioned that this is very important topic, and it is touching to each and everyone. Doesn't matter the people are educated or not, but they are using this actually, because we know a lot of people in our rural areas also, our farmers also using the smartphone nowadays, and they don't know what is manet, they don't know what is energy efficiency, but they are using a smartphone, they are using WhatsApp, they are watching a lot of agriculture videos in YouTube, and once they are using these Android devices or the internet, then they are also facing the problem of battery in their mobiles, because whenever we use internet, whenever we watch the videos, then the energy consumption increase, the battery uses increase in our mobile, and when battery use increase, then our battery, our the charging requirement increase, so we look the charging points, and sometimes we don't have the charging points, sometimes we don't have the electricity in rural areas 24/7. So now I thought that we should work on efficiency of the energy, that how can we more efficient in the energy, how can we increase the life of the battery. This is what is the topic. So I'm repeating again and again, because so that all whoever are listening me can understand the manet meaning, the importance of energy efficiency in manet. That is what is the reason. So there are multiple ways. So I already explained the abstract, and a little bit more if I would like to emphasize here. So as the mobile ad hoc network does not have any fixed infrastructure, and it is proper self-configuring network with a number of mobile nodes, because with a single hotspot device, multiple other network device as mobile or laptop can connect the internet from single hotspot network. So as the mobile are completely rely on batteries, as I mentioned, that mobile are totally rely on batteries, because we cannot
carry the electricity every time with us with the mobile. So the energy efficiency is the big issue of concern in mobile ad hoc network because it has the limited source of energy, right? So enormous traffic's demands for the omnipresent access and developing multimedia applications crucially increase the energy consumption of battery powered mobile device like YouTube, like WhatsApp, or like Zoom, because these applications continuously switch on the screen of the mobile. That is why it consumes maximum battery. So as the mobile ad hoc network are composed of variable mobile nodes that are majorly rely on batteries, so the battery consumption is one of the main challenge that has to faced by the mobile ad hoc routing protocols. So in a current context, mobile ad hoc network is rapidly developing technology due to its special and unique nature of distributed resource and bold topology. Nowadays, wireless mobile ad hoc network are becoming very crowd pleasing and many routing protocol have been implied by analyzer. So here we are working on different routing protocols, so we can reduce the route as well as we can reduce the uses of battery consumption. So these network does not have any fixed infrastructure, and these network combine wireless sets that together initiate a network with self coordinated efficiency. Since the range of wireless interfaces range is limited, so the communication in these type of network are completely depend upon the nodes that are connected transitionally. So the each node in the network plays a role of separate router. So each node, whatever we are using in our network through hotspot connectivity, those each node play a role of separate router. So as these mobile ad hoc network does not have any fixed infrastructure, so the network topology has instantly been changed. So this happens because of being mobile ad hoc nodes. In fact, at the time, new nodes can be added or maybe in off or steady state. So the energy consumption should be mentioned as one of the main problem in this network, since most of the mobile ad hoc network nodes host work with battery and have a limited source of energy. So the energy consumption should be minimum as much as possible to the long life of these networks. All right. So here the best thing about the mobile ad hoc network is that it can be connected anywhere and at any time. And recently upgrading such as Bluetooth, hotspot, Wi-Fi, etc. as I mentioned, and comes in that field as a latest type of wireless system which are known as mobile ad hoc networks. As mobile ad hoc network does not have any fixed infrastructure, so the energy efficiency is an important or a major issue in mobile ad hoc network. So the thumbprint of such mobile ad hoc network are compiled as follows. The best thing about the mobile ad hoc network is they can communicate via wireless means. All the nodes work as both host and router, because any mobile, any node can be work as a hotspot, so that can be a host or router, or not any kind of centralized approach. There is no centralized approach in this type of network. The infrastructure is not fixed of these mobile ad hoc network, they are self configured. Dynamic network topology, and in the mobile ad hoc network the routing updates are frequent and independent or autonomous infrastructure. It can be set up anywhere, and energy impulsion as well as the security is limited. So these are the main thumbprint of such mobile ad hoc network. Then we can move to application of mobile ad hoc network. So the applications can be a military arena or police exercise, provincial level, personal area network, as well as the industry sector. So we can discuss in a little bit detail about the military arena. So in ad hoc network is very helpful in military arena because those are not having a fixed infrastructure. As these mobile ad hoc network will allow the military battleground and in police work to maintain an information network among the soldier, policemen, vehicle and headquarter, because we know we have a police vans, 100 number vans which are moving and they need the mobile connectivity, internet connectivity, so they can have a ad hoc network in their vans. As well as the military arena also, military areas or military people also can have the network connectivity when they are in the battleground or moving as per the requirement. So that is why this is the application area. Then provincial level, the ad hoc network can easily build an instant link between multimedia network using notebook, computers or palm computer, or we can easily connect through hotspot of Wi-Fi Bluetooth to these ad hoc networks. And personal network, as we know, we all are using personally also the ad hoc network. So personal area network are limited in range or a short range network or localized network, where the mobile ad hoc network nodes were usually associated within a given range. And the best example of this is hotspot in our mobiles. And in industry sector also, the ad hoc network is used for commercial applications in a very wide range. As we know, in our companies, we are commercially using these applications. These networks are very useful in emergency situations like disaster relief. The best feature of mobile ad hoc network is that not be not to be a fixed infrastructure, makes the ad hoc network easily to be used in emergency situation. And the live example of that is COVID situation. When this COVID pandemic started, we all, most of the people started working from home or wherever we were stuck. So that is the best example of this personal use. And secondly, we can move to the routing protocol. So routing protocol, as I mentioned earlier, that routing protocol, like we can work on routing part, that wherever the data is routing or moving, if uh, we can make efficient to that route so that it won't travel much, then our travel path will reduce. And once travel path will reduce, then the energy efficiency obviously will come. So that is the routing protocol concept. So distinct routing protocol have been suggested for routing in mobile ad hoc network with an objective of leading an efficient energy or efficient routing. So these routing algorithm differ in approach used for catching a new route and pressuring classified route when node shift. So the mobile ad hoc routing protocol may be categorized as proactive, reactive, and hybrid routing protocol. So ma'am, I would like to ask if there is a limitation of time, please interrupt me in between so that I'll make it fast, so other would have opportunity to present their paper.
Yes, sir. Yes. Actually, we have the limitation of 10 minutes, so kindly wind up your session.
Understood, definitely. So I'll
Okay.
wind up it. So as mentioned that the routing way is proactive protocol. So that is proactively, if we are routing the protocol, then next one, you can move the slide. So next one, I told about the reactive, second one, and the third one is hybrid routing protocol. So these are the routing protocol I used in this research. And the methodology is to resolve such issue. Many of researchers have produced so many ideas and the innovation in the field. So there are many reactive routing protocol based on this. So destination sequence distance vector routing, DSDV, also I used in my research. Then next slide please. and I use the DSR, dynamic source routing, and the ABR, associativity based routing. And then ad hoc on demand distance vector routing, AODV, also I used in my research. Then route discovery I used, and then route maintenance and zone routing protocol, JRP. So energy efficient routing algorithm for MANET, I use those are energy conservation in network layer. So the CDs, the span, the GAF, EMMR, DSR, the minimum energy routing, power aware routing, or the pulse or the green clustering, or cadet IAR. So these are the algorithm I used. Then in energy conservation in data link layer, I use all these PSM, APSM, PSMP, NAV, PMAS, SOFA. So these are the technical term. If someone is not in the same field, would be difficult to understand. And the conclusion, then these such topology control algorithm are the way to achieve a main goal. So a control on the energy of mobile ad hoc network. In other words, we can say that through these algorithm and protocol, we can almost achieve the goal of energy consumption. So this is the conclusion of my research and my topic research paper. If anyone would be having any question, as we are running behind the time, as other people are also waiting to present the paper, so you can have my number from here, and you can call me anytime. I would be very happy to help you to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ajay sir. Thank you so much. Now, moving forward, we have the next presenters from the Indonesia. So, may I like to call Mohammed Aprindito, Manhan, Santi, Lydia, and Puteri Anisa. And the topic of their title of their topic is Artificial Intelligence-Based Social Media Data Analytics Platform to Assist Business Decision Making for Small and Medium Enterprise. So, over to you, sir.
Yes. Hello, ma'am.
Hello,
Yes.
sir.
Yeah, I'm here. So,
Yes. Kindly
so
share your screen.
okay. I already can. Thank you. So, okay, you see my screen?
Uh, it's loading, sir.
Hold
Yes,
on.
it's visible.
Okay. So, it's time for me. It's okay to start. Okay. I think it's okay. Okay. I don't know. It's a different time in Indonesia and India, but I think still afternoon. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity that giving to me to present my research in the analytic media social media. Sorry. And yeah, today I want to present my research. There are more 6 authors, including me 7. Entitled is Social Media Analytic Platform to Assist Business Decision Making for Small and Medium Enterprise in Indonesia. Uh, Before that, I want to introduce me. I'm Muhammad Aprindito, the first author, and I'm come from the School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology. So, okay, let's get into the presentation. So, here's the background. We already talked about big data previously. A lot. In this today is a lot, and yeah, like we know, this big data have a very big advantage, especially in business. Many business, many company are competing in the utilizing the big data. One of is the social media data uh, to support their business strategy and decision making process. Since we know that the social media data, yeah, is one of the big data. So the social media data have contained a lot of information about the market they store information about the behavior of the consumer, the behavior of the market. So it can be used to do a better decision making process. And yeah, we know previously and on several research, the social media data proven, yeah, to store information. A lot of research already uh, told about that. And having the ability to process, analyze this social media data can be a competitive advantage for the company itself. So that's why companies compete to use utilizing it. But not all of the company can utilizing the big data, the social media data, because of the lack of ability to process the data and the high infrastructure cost as among the cost. So um, basically it's happened to the small and medium enterprise, yeah, in Indonesia, especially Indonesia, but I think it's happened to any small uh, medium enterprise in the world, yeah, because they have very limited resources. Maybe small and medium only run by one to less than 10, yeah. They focus on selling. If they focus on utilizing big data, they don't have a time to selling, so that's dilemmatic. So based on the problem, we think that if we can offer some things that help them to analyze social media data, it can be useful for them. So we propose a solution in the form of social media analytic platform using the machine learning approach that can extract the social media data, analyze it, summarize it, and tell them what kind of decision they show. And summarize it social media data into the business dimension so they can propose a better decision making
Next,
process.
Praveen Padala ki hai.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think someone microphone is unmute, right? Or I do a mistake. Sorry.
So you are audible.
Sorry.
Are you facing any problems, sir?
No. I hear some sound there.
Okay,
I
sorry,
hear
sir.
some sound
Please
before.
continue.
Okay. Okay. So this is the background. So we propose a solution in the form social media analytics, so they can extract, analyze, summarize the social media data and show in the business dimension. So the small medium enterprise, especially Indonesia, can take a more good decision, more proper business decision. Okay. This is the methodology how we creating the social media analytic platform. Basically, it's only consists of 3 steps. The first one is we define what should be done by the platform itself. So we define the data processing analytic flow, and then we package that into the web platform and we deploy so it can be publicly accessible. Okay. The first step is defining the data and processing analytic flow. So in this step, we define what process that can be done by the platform itself, and we conclude with the 4 process that that can carry it on the social media analytic platform. The first one is a data collection. So the data will be collected from the Twitter, since it was provide the API, so we can retrieve the data directly. So we use Twitter API in the data collection, and then we do data processing. Since we know that the social media data is unstructured data, so we need to do a lot of pre-processing, such as removing symbols and transforming the case to lowercase, tokenizing data into token, or we know tokenizing, stemming or reducing a word into word stem, and stop word removal to remove that unmeaning word there. And after the processing start, the platform will do the analyzing. We use text classification using knife-based classifier, a machine learning-based classifier, and we classify that into the sentiment level and surface sentiment dimension. So it can be classified as positive, negative, and neutral, and the surface quality dimension. Okay, and then the platform will visualize the analytic result, so it can be interpreted by the user. In this case, is social medium and enterprise in Indonesia. Okay, after we done the define the analytic pro, we building the program platform. We use R programming language using Shiny package, and we deploy to the RStudio Shiny app service so it can be accessed publicly. Okay, and then this is the result of the platform. We can try to, in this case, we try to analyze the public conversation using the platform. the with keyword of haircut. Yeah, so this one is the input area of the platform. So we put the keyword. So the keyword is a haircut, but in Indonesia, yeah. So we call potong rambut, and yeah, this one is the you can choose the language, but it's only provide Indonesia, and the type of tweet and number of tweet that you need. Yeah. This is the platform is Indonesia because we focus on delivering it on the social and medium enterprise Indonesia. Then the user can just click analyze. So analyza is analyze. So they click and the result will comes up. So based on what I already told in the methodology, so the platform will collect and then they will pre-process and they will analyzing in the form of tech classification into marketing mix dimension and service quality dimension. So the correct one is the 4P marketing mix. So correct marketing mix dimension and service quality dimension. So it's a business dimension, and this is the result in the 4P marketing mix. The most discussed dimension is the place and product. So what this platform mean is they collect all the conversation related to in related to haircut and grouping them in and classifying them into this 4P marketing mix dimension. Yeah, 4P marketing mix dimension consists of place, price, product, and promotion. So if we can see like in the screen that place and product is the most talking dimension. So that's mean when people want to go to haircut, they want to do a haircut in a barber or in a salon, the most important dimension is the place itself. Is the place maybe clean or is they have a they put concern on the place. And the second one is the product itself. So if I get a haircut there, it's how is it good or not? Then we can see also that's the for marketing mix. We can say also the dimension is service quality dimension, the responsive and tangibility. So we can see on the screen the most and reliability. So it can be interpreted that when people want to do a haircut, they talk mostly about the place. So it's same with the 4P marketing mix. They mostly talk about the place of haircut. Okay, the condition of place, and we can see also the reliability is a target there. So it means that when people want to do haircut, they mostly concerned about the reliability. The reliability. If I get a haircut there, it will be a nice haircut or a bad haircut. The barber can be is the barber can be trustable to cut my hair. So that's what's the most talking dimension. So based on this dimension, hopefully it can be used for any other uh, product, maybe for fashion, maybe for food, and etc. So we can summarize the public conversation, and the platform can summarize public conversation and summarize it into the business dimension that can help the decision making process. So that's it. This is the conclusion. We are already successful to create a business-related social media analytic platform for use in the small and medium enterprise in Indonesia to help them identify market desire and help them to make a proper business decision. And currently, this platform is being testing with selected SMA in the Indonesia, especially in the West Java. It's one of the area in Indonesia. Hopefully in the future research we can get more feedback from the SMA, so we can develop it match with the SMS need. And in the future research, we also hope that we can add more business dimension, maybe set as special, so we can help the we can help the small and medium enterprise to identify the environment, such as political environment and technology environment, etc. that's related to their business, and maybe product quality dimension and any other business dimension to enrich the insight generated by this social media analytic platform. Okay, that's all for my presentation. I don't know if there's question and answer session, but I don't think in the press release there exists. So yeah, that's all from my presentation. I give back to Miss Richa Vijay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks for such a nice presentation. Now moving further, I would like to request the next presenter. They will give the presentation on the topic Power System Security Assessment using K Nearest Neighbor. And the authors and co-authors of this research paper are Praveen Padala and Bhanu C. Veki. So over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Praveen, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
For the time being, if the audience are having any queries, then they can put on into the chat box. The queries will be passed on to the respective presenters. Mr. Praveen, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am.
Sir, actually your voice is very low.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is it audible, ma'am? Hello. Hello.
So kindly try to share your PPT.
Ma'am, can you see that now?
Hello, Praveen, sir.
Hello, ma'am.
I think some technical issue is there from the side of Mr. Praveen.
Hello.
Sir, kindly please check your connection. For the time being, we are moving to our next presentation. And the topic of their research paper is Improved Task Scheduling Based on Profit Theory in Cloud Computing. And the authors and co-author of this research paper are Mr. Farhad Chaudhary, Nidhi Bansal, KP Jain, and Prateek Singh. Hello, Farhad sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, kindly please share your slides.
Okay, ma'am. Just a minute.
For the time being, I request Mr. Praveen to please check your connection.
Hello, ma'am.
Mr. Farhad, kindly share your slides.
देखो ना खोल के YouTube पे शो हो रहे. Okay, ma'am. Good morning, myself, ma'am. Are you audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Am I? Okay. Okay. Good morning, myself, Farhad Chaudhary. I am pursuing my graduation final year in computer science from University. Here I am today. I am going to present a research paper on improvement task scheduling in cloud computing, which I have done in the supervision of Dr. KP Jain sir, Nidhi Bansal ma'am, and Prateek sir. There are objectives are improvement task scheduling, making it more economical, performance improvement, time complexity reduction. There is abstract. Task scheduling is one of the latest research platform in the cloud computing, which emerging technology. Base costing method was introduced
Mr.
with
Farhad.
major enhance in the same concept.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you
Yes,
sharing your
ma'am.
slides? Actually,
Yes, ma'am.
your slides is not visible to us.
Okay, ma'am.
Please share it again.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, now it's visible.
Ma'am, okay, ma'am. And there is abstract. Task scheduling is one of the latest research platform in cloud computing. Emerging technology, activity-based costing method was introduced with same concern. ABC can measure the cost of the object accurate traditional once in cloud computing and cloud computing. Just a minute, ma'am. And now the focus of this paper is find the actual profit using costing method. It will ensure the optimization of all costing based task scheduling algorithm. Problem statement. The cost of resources is high, so the problem is expensiveness. The research paper solved the problem of reducing the cost of resource usage. There was a problem of reliability and availability in the past model and algorithm. So in this paper, we try to solve this problem. For reliability and availability of resource, scheduling algorithm based on fault tolerant mechanism has been implemented. Analyze algorithm, input tasks, resources and short algorithm from tasks pool for all tasks. And next is do determine the preference for tasks and for all preference, and do sort them according to preference and for while the system is running. And next is do if new task is coming, do determine the presence for tasks, then put then into the queue, and if and while output tasks executed. And conclusion is by implementing the proposed profit theory, exiting algorithm has been analyzed on different mention parameters such as time and cost. Result found that some profit theory must be given for new research concern to get the maximum profit to avoiding running the uses of resource always. Thanking you. Madam, it's over from my side.
Thank you, Farhad. Thank you so much.
Have, okay,
Now,
thank you,
moving
ma'am.
further, we have our
Thank you,
next
ma'am.
presenter, Dr. Sunil Kumar, and the topic of their research paper is Opportunities and Challenges in IoT Implementation in Agriculture Field. So, over to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Sunil, sir.
Hello, am I
Yes, sir,
audible?
you are audible. Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm just sharing my PPT.
Okay.
Okay.
Kindly allow me.
Okay, sir, we are allowing you. So, you are allowed. Please try again once.
Okay, okay. Yeah, it is visible.
Yes, now it's visible.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So, very good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Dr. Sunil. I am from Oro University, Surat, School of School of IT, and my topic is opportunities and challenges of IoT implementation in agriculture field. Yeah. So here is the abstract of my paper. So as we know, in this 21st century, internet has become an integral and important aspect of our daily life. And everywhere we can see, yeah, someone is here. So we can see everywhere we are heavily using the internet and we are having applications of internet. So here in this paper, I have covered the agriculture domain and I have connected with IoT. So in this paper, we have done the analysis on some key opportunities and major challenges of IoT implementation in agriculture domain. So how agriculture agriculture field can be transformed with the help of IoT that we have tried to cover. So as we have seen that the rapid advent of the Internet of Things based technology almost in every industry, and starting from a smart city, we want that everything should be smart, starting from our home to our office. And now IoT has also transformed the agriculture also. So nowadays we can say we can adopt the smart agriculture. So with the help of some IoT devices, we can easily do this work. So first of all, we have to see what is IoT. IoT, we can say IoT define a network of physical objects or things over the internet that are rooted with sensors, softwares, and other technologies, just like cloud, for the purpose of exchanging and connecting data with other devices and systems. And we know IoT enabled devices are used to interact, collaborate, and learn from other experience just like human. So here is just the picture. So in IoT, we can say what are the things? Things in IoT are usually referred to the IoT devices which have the unique identification that can perform remote sensing and actuating and monitoring capability. So with the help of IoT devices, we can exchange data with other connected devices and applications. IoT devices can send the data to centralized server or the cloud-based application. IoT devices can perform some tasks locally and other tasks within the IoT infrastructure based on temporal and space constraint. So these are some basic characteristics of IoT. IoT have a capability to dynamically adopt and self-adapting feature. IoT devices have a self-conferring capability that allowing a large number of devices to work together to provide certain functionality just like weather monitoring. And IoT device have a ability to configure themselves and set up the networking and fetch latest software upgrades with minimal or user intervention. These are some more characteristics of IoT. IoT support a large number of interoperable communication protocol, and IoT devices can communicate with other devices and also with the infrastructure. Each IoT device have a unique identity that is known as the URI or with the help of IP address and URI. And each IoT device may have the intelligent interface. We can easily integrate the IoT system or IoT devices with our existing information system or information network. That is the other plus point of the IoT system. For example, if we are having a weather monitoring node that describe its monitoring capability, we can connect with other nodes so that they can communicate and exchange the data easily. So we can easily say that IoT is everywhere. We don't need to find where is IoT. IoT is everywhere. So here are some application in the home. In our home, we can easily find the application of IoT, just like smart lighting are nowadays available, smart appliances, is smoke and gas detector. Nowadays, we want our city should be smart. So in a smart city, there is a application of IoT, smart parking, smart road, structural health monitoring, emergency helplines. In whether in if we talk about the environment, we can have an application of weather monitoring, air pollution monitoring, noise pollution monitoring, or to forecast fire detection. and especially in the energy field, there is a IoT application, smart grid and renewable energy system. And we can find in last few days, our Prime Minister has lays the foundation of India's largest renewable energy park in Gujarat. So that was the date of 15th December. So it is again application of IoT, the smart energy, and in retail. Now I'm directly coming to the agriculture because there are lots of application. In agriculture, we can have a IoT use in smart irrigation and greenhouse control. Yeah. If we talk about the smart agriculture, so we can say it is a new way of thinking to integrate IoT devices in the agriculture so that we can monitor. It will help us to monitor to crop growth and its related requirement, just like we can easily identify the diseases and we can find the solution on time. And using IoT technology, we can easily transform the agriculture. And smart agriculture is a transformation and integral approach. And if we will apply the IoT system, if we integrate the IoT system with our agriculture will become smart, and we will have the following benefits. It's like we will have a real-time information of our crop, and we can monitor remotely to keep them safe, to keep them safe.
Unmute చేశాను.
And definitely our productivity will increase and our farmer will have more benefit. And the last, we can say the material waste will be reduced if we will use the IoT in the agriculture. And obviously, when smart agriculture will be, obviously our economy will have the benefit even, and also the farmer will take the benefit directly. So this is just this picture. If we will have a smart sensing and monitoring, or smart controls and smart analysis and planning, so we can use the IoT in our agriculture to transform the agriculture domain. And in IoT, definitely the cloud will be used, the analysis, data analytic will be used, and to provide the security, we will have to apply some. We can also integrate the blockchain with the IoT. Yeah, this is some of the picture how we can use the IoT device with our crop to get the updated information about the things, so that we can take immediate action if there is any problem. So we can remotely monitor and we can remotely find the solution. So obviously, whenever we think about the IoT, we have to use some type of sensors, and we have to use some application also, or because IoT have various application in smart agriculture, just like monitoring water, nutrition, monitoring bugs and diseases, soil monitoring, monitoring the crop health, and so many. And with the help of IoT, we can uh, check the temperature and humidity. We can check the status of leaf and stem, and that will definitely increase the productivity, because we will definitely monitor and we can apply some valuable solution. And we can also provide many services, just like controlling the pesticide and herbicides and fertilization, soil preparation, and checking the yield condition in a smart way. And still, if we are thinking to implement the IoT in our agriculture, then definitely there will be some challenges. So what will be the challenges? Here are some common challenges. It's like we are not having well-trained manpower, so there is a need of training, and still we are not having some standards. So standard infancy will be is there. Uh, Fragmented market is also, and other challenges to coverage and provide the connectivity of internet, because without internet we cannot implement the IoT, because with the help of IoT we can have the smartness in our agriculture. And definitely there is a fear of new technology, and there is a high investment, because we have to provide the internet and we have to buy a new IoT devices. So it is a high investment. So in this paper, we have tried to cover the opportunities and challenges to implement the IoT in the agriculture field. Yeah, in the next we have a opportunity. So IoT have a lots of opportunity. As we have seen in the previous slides, IoT has provided multiple opportunities in agriculture to further improve the productivity of the farmers and to mitigate the challenges the farmers are facing nowadays. Because farmers who are using the traditional method for the management of their crop, now if they will use this IoT solution, they will implement the IoT, definitely their farming will become the smart and there will be smart agriculture. And nowadays many embedded IoT devices has some that are ready to transform this field, and when these will be used by the farmer, then not only their income, the farmer income will increase, but also the economy of that will also grow. So we can say there is a need of some awareness and training program to the farmer about these opportunities. And in the last, that is the conclusion. So in the conclusion, we can say, as we know, the IoT has a potential to transform as well as the improve the agriculture, and IoT can be used in smart farming to make the life of the farmer easier to manage the crop and its related issue. And in this paper, we have tried to explore the opportunities and challenges in the agriculture domain using IoT, and definitely in the future, we will try to find a sustainable solution using IoT, just like we are planning to design a framework or model in the agriculture domain so that our farmer can get the benefit and use it in the future in an easy way to manage the farming and their crop. And these are the references that we have used in this paper. And thank you to all of you. If anyone is having any question, I'm ready to give the answer.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. Now I once again request Mr. Praveen to share their slides on the topic Power System Security Assessment using K nearest neighbor. Mr. Praveen?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me now?
Yes, now you are audible.
Ma'am, can you see my screen now?
No, not now.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, now it's visible.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is Power System Security Assessment using K nearest neighbor. I am Praveen. I completed my master's in Power Systems, and I did this under the guidance of Dr. CVK Bhanu sir. The main objective of my work is that to access power system security using machine learning, a k-nearest neighbor, with following activities on a fiber system: generating the database, training KNN algorithm with the generated database, and validation and testing. In general, in power systems, security is given a very high preference so that the end user gets the supply for 24 hours. So sometimes we may come across some faults like generator gets failure or a transmission line may be collapsed, and due to some forced outages also the line may be collapsed. It goes in a sequence of orders, like if a line is open due to an insulation failure, remaining transmission circuit will take up this flow and it gets overloaded, and thereby it violates the limit, and the flow goes on and the lines get eliminated, and thereby going to a system blackout, means we will not be getting any power supply. In modern electricity grids, nowadays we can see large scale blackouts, and the process of detecting whether the system remains in secure or insecure state is known as power system security assessment. And with the help of power system security assessment, we can see whether we can supply our generation to end user and or not. So in normal techniques like conventional techniques, they are time consuming and we cannot predict whether the system is going to be in a big trouble or not. And it also cannot give a clear differentiation between R and false alarming. So I'm going with machine learning techniques because they have good pattern recognition, learning capabilities, and high speed of identifying the potential security boundaries. Here I'm going for KNN. As everyone know about machine learning, I'm skipping these things. Here I am using supervised learning. In supervised learning, I'm going for KNN because it is easy to implement, and few parameters to be tuned are distance matrix and K. For going to that, I need to generate data. For that, I need to classify my data. For classification of my data, I'm using security index as a key, and this security index can be calculated by using line overload index and LOI and VDI with these formulas. So when we go for machine learning, data is a key because a good data can give us a good machine learning technique. Means the efficiency can be improved by the huge amount of data. For that, I generated the data taking a fiber system, and I used environment contingency analysis using MATPower in MATLAB, and I generated the data and segregated the data into normal state, alarm state, emergency, and emergency non-controllable states. Just like in real case, sometimes generators and buses may be eliminated. Like if here we have 5 generators and 6 buses, by eliminating each of the generator, I have collected the data, and after that I have eliminated each of the branches. So this is the basic flowchart which I have followed for generating of the data in MATLAB, and depending upon the assay values are segregated into normal state, alarm state, emergency controllable state, and emergency non-controllable states. In general, load is not constant throughout, so load will be varying. So I have gone for an IEEE reliability test bus system. This is a IEEE reliability test bus system, which shows the peak load gets varied with respect to that particular hour. Means seasonally load gets changed, hourly load gets changed, and so I have gone with that IEEE reliability test bus system. According to that, I generated data of 264 data points for a day, 1,848 for a week, and for a year I have collected about 96,096 total data samples. And I have used a KNN algorithm because it is one of the simple machine learning algorithm based on supervised techniques. And as you are CSC guys, I think you know better about KNN than me. KNN will be used whenever a new data point is given to identify whether that new data point can be classified into any other classes like category A, category B. We can use KNN algorithm. For building of KNN algorithm, first we need to plot the training data set, locate the new test instance, calculate the distance from all training data points, and we need to shorten an ascending order, and then find the k distances from the shorter list. And as I am going for classification, I am going for mode here. For determining the better value of K, we can go for elbow method. And these are the performance measures which I have used: accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score, which can be derived from the confusion matrix, which consists of true positive, false negative, true false positive, and true negative. Basically, machine learning is about data, collecting of data. I have collected the data, 96,096 samples, and that data is split into training and testing data sets. And that training data set was further divided into training and training validation. And on this training data set, k-fold cross validation is used so that I can find the better k value. This is how I implemented KNN. First of all, I imported the required libraries and loaded the data, and I eliminated all the missing values. And then I divided into independent and dependent variables. As we are going for KNN, I need to scale my data. And then I scaled my data and divided the data for training, validation, and testing. And we need to see that training, validation, and test data consists of same data samples. And while implementing KNN, the different values of K, mean score and standard deviation are calculated. We need to see that the mean score is maximum and the standard deviation is minimum. And generally we can go with these two, like mean score and standard deviation, but it is preferable if we go for it's a best fit or not. So when we go for best fit, I even took prediction data set, that is validation data set, and I have drawn the F1 score for both training data set and validation data set. And from this, we can it is somewhat clear that at 5, it is a best fit. So I have taken K as 5. And for K is equal to 5, I got a validation data set result of about F1 score 0.99. And these are my results for a test case of fiber system, considering N-1 contingencies for 1 year of 8,736 hours. A total of 96,096 data points were generated. And these data points consist of 25,076 normal states, 54,283 alarm states, 16,671 emergency correctable states, and 66 are emergency correctable states which are not correctable. This generated data was divided into different data sets and I used in the KNN algorithm. Depending upon the results, training data set of 69,141 and validation data set of 17,286, I took the K to be 5. I assumed the K to be 5. And I took another data set, which is test data set of 9,603 samples, which I have not used previously, for testing whether for K value I'm getting the better accurate results or not. So when I given this as a new test data, I got a confusion matrix like this, which says that for 2,510 samples of normal state, 2,508 are correctly predicted and 2 are wrongly predicted. And for the alarm state of 5,425 samples, 5,425 are correctly predicted. And for emergency correctable state, 1,668 samples, 1,067 are correctly predicted. And this is the precision, recall, F1 score and F1 scores, which are about 0.9 and 1, which says that KNN is better for using for our system security assessment. This is the overall score, which also says that we can go for KNN as the accuracy is about 0.99. These are my conclusions, which states that security assessment on a fiber system has successfully been predicted using KNN algorithm in this work. And for generating data required for training, validation, and testing, optimal power flow with N-1 contingency was carried out for identifying the state of the system. And that is with the help of the map power. And these are the prediction values which I have got for the testing data set. And this is the accuracy of 0.9. These are the references which I used for doing this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you so much. I request all the participants to kindly on your video so that we can take the screenshot.
Okay, sorry.
I request all participants to kindly on their video. Okay, thank you so much. Now moving further, I would like to call Mr. Mukul Bhatt and he will give the presentation on the topic Internet of Things, real life applications based on fuzzy logic usage. Mukul.
Hello, ma'am. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, it's visible. Please continue.
Okay. A very good after, a very good afternoon to one and all. I am Mukul Bhatt, MCA final year student from IPM College, and my research presentation is on Internet of Things, real life applications based on fuzzy logic usage under the guidance of Ms. Savita Singh ma'am. So the contents of my presentation will include the objective of the research, along with the introduction to Internet of Things and fuzzy logic with the inheritance to IoT. And the next will be IoT applications, among which I'll include lighting control system, wearable biosensors, and at last, the conclusion of the research. Objective. So the research basically represents real life IoT applications successfully transformed into reality with the usage of fuzzy logic concepts. Moreover, the research provides the in-detail briefing of IoT applications that are lighting control system and wearable biosensors developed with the help of fuzzy logic, methodology, and concepts. Now, the introduction to Internet of Things, IoT as a solution, fuzzy logic and its applications, and why fuzzy logic inheritance to IoT applications is required. So basically, IoT as a solution is being used by many organizations for successfully achieving agendas like we can say enhancing customer service capabilities, enhancing decision-making criteria, improving organizational value and efficiency, and etc. Basically, it is a fact that IoT with other modern technologies like soft computing or fuzzy systems, if we can name a few, is rising beyond human expectations and fulfilling our increasing imaginations and needs. Now, a major computational intelligence paradigm, which we can say is fuzzy logic, introduces the concept of approximate reasoning, because of which its applications nowadays are being used by many organizations, such as it is being used for framework or prototyping, analysis and development, decision making, supervision, or etc. Now, under most IoT applications, Fuzzy logic overcomes the two most specific obstacles that are learning through observation, brief analysis that is done from the actions of the user, and next is actively forcing the needs of the users, that is with the help of calculation of the observed data. Now I'll be going through two of the most prominent IoT applications with fuzzy logic inheritance, that are lighting control system, which is a smart home system application, and the other one is wearable biosensors, which is a wearable device with fuzzy logic inheritance. Now, what is lighting control system? Lighting control system is an intelligent network of lighting controls, which allows one to have control of the lights in any particular space. Now, the given table represents the number of inputs along with the desired outputs of a lighting control system with the use of fuzzy logic, such as if the input is light level received from the outdoors, then the lighting control system is proceeded to daylight adjustments, which will then proceed to daylight harvesting. Now, lighting control system basically provides the user with eminent advantage, that is end user convenience, hence making our lives better and easier. Now, next is wearable biosensors. So basically wearable biosensors allow data and information like blood pressure, blood glucose level, or heartbeat rate and other biometric information to be calculated through sensors and software and then measured on a constant basis. Now that information, which is measured on a constant basis, gets transferred to the specific medical authorities or the concerned care centers, allowing a two-side communication between the medical authorities, of which the two-side communication is between the patient and the doctor. Now, on application basis, wearable biosensors are used in overcrowded emergency departments. It is also used for chronic surveillance of abnormal heart failure and remote patient monitoring, training support of athletics, etc. Now, the figure represents the operational working of wearable biosensors, under which if a person becomes uncomfortable, like he has hypertension or any certain kind of disease, so the via signal measure is triggered and that alert message is sent to the physician then and there, and that particular information or data is uploaded to the care center server and then to the database. Now, basically the conclusion of my research is, as the research represents smart home systems and wearable devices, stands out to be the strongest IoT applications with fuzzy logic inheritance amongst the numerous rankings and surveys conducted by Google and other prominent websites, to name a few. And hence, the world is all set to experience a highly advanced network devices and systems connectivity between man to machine with all prepared to witness the change of world with development of smart applications like smart homes, smart cities, wearable biosensors, wearable devices, etc. Thank you. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Mukul. Thanks a lot. Now, moving further, I would like to call Khushbu Arvind Bhai Patel and Dr. Mehmet Irdish, and they will give the presentation on the topic semantics information retrieval, unboxing the complexity in big data.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Shall I share my screen?
Sure, ma'am. It's visible, ma'am. Hello.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, now you are visible, ma'am. And your screen is also visible. Please continue. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Please
Hello.
start your video, ma'am. Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
It's
Sure.
visible and you are audible. Okay, ma'am. Over to you.
Okay, now audible. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay.
Please continue.
And introduction. Big data simply the main data which are in a large amount difficult to process using the traditional processing techniques, which are complex in nature and require the large amount of storage for storing the large amount of information. In many stock exchange, social media sites, companies and many more generate more than 500 terabytes in data per day. This data is, if combined, they become petabytes in the amount, are difficult and complex to process using the traditional processing techniques. That's why the big data, which may be in a form of unstructured or semi-structured form, requires big and immediate infrastructure, which is costly to handle this amount of data. For processing big data, automation of existing information techniques is required, but it is very difficult, costly, and it required to the effort in part of humans. Information retrieval system, which a part of communication focus on the knowledge filtering, could be useful in processing of big data. Semantic information can be useful for retrieving the domain of knowledge, and it's create a knowledge graph which is compose a connecting similarity data point that indicates of the whole picture domain knowledge, and if the domain knowledge is difficult becomes the information overload. Systematic information retrieval technique is useful in such a situation. Semantic information system use the query, machine learning and the other techniques of retrieval information. The next is your IR approach. It's your information retrieval approach. In the disseminating information, semantic information, there are mainly three parts: Boolean model, vector space model, and probabilistic model. Next is our literature review. In the it's the first study of that. It's a keyword of base of techniques is elements of to the L in performance SRIs can improve up to the rather than of the VSMI. The next is also coding of studies is meant to the graph and matching the problems to retrieval techniques can be extended with the part of machine algorithm. The first one is 2002. That identify the cooperate of to the user Boolean model in 1929. It's the algorithm assigned to the task of big data. And third one is the IR. It's the information retrieval model techniques are responsible. In semantic information retrieval, there are mainly two parts techniques: in the indexing techniques and ontology-based search techniques. In indexing technique, there are three parts: invert index, suffix array, and signature files. In ontology, there are four parts: knowledge-based, statistic-based, machine learning, hybrid techniques. First of all, I will explain indexing techniques. When a result is query become more complex and analyze the first reduce the similarity of the queries element. For the process, the best indexing techniques are called, which let the user to model entities and keyword. In semantic information with a keyboard and queries can be retrieved using a Boolean retrieval techniques and large amount of data stored time on a part of user. Search engines majors like a Google and other of the e-commerce companies like Amazon and Flipkart using the indexing of the technique, it matches of the keyword in entire the query and the word in the database. It retrieve the machine and the matching of the document or result rank and using the ranking algorithm. There are the three. First is invert index, suffix index, and signature index. In first, invert index is represent every word in document. Every word in document as a keyword. Every word in done of the respective documents in corresponding location, and by the formatting of to the semantic knowledge base and constructing hybrid retrieval model, invert the index can be expanded further. Second one is suffix array. Computing the term and document frequency can be eliminated through the suffix tree and the wronger of to the end. grams, and the higher of the precious core of your IR, its information retrieval system, are occupied the very less space than suffix tree, string of starting point called a suffix, and in the this searching is done through the binary search. Third one is signature file. Your signature files compose the version of database creating the abstractions of a document, and collection of this document is called signature files. Bit string are used in this signature files. Multi-level hashing and the frame technique are used to convert the two-dimensional dynamic signature files to achieve of your dynamic storage. Now the second is your ontology-based search. Ontology is also used of to the recommender of program for presentation knowledge to domain part. Ontology is used of various guide the semantic web, AI, artificial intelligence, system engineering, information architecture, and library science. It is the core system and the domain for representing information of a particular domain in an absence of ontology, and vocabulary of knowledge and representation cannot exist. Knowledge-based techniques. First is knowledge-based techniques. This technique is domain to increase the efficiency of information retrieval. The simple keyword query is converted into the Boolean model. Then after wait and the assign of to the entire keyword, domain ontology is help to make a traditional systematic key into a sophisticated semantic key, which are more efficient in retrieval. Then after the statistical technique, it's a use the concept of to the taxonomy extracting key and area statistical technique of work in ontology, and mainly it's used to build a topic of that method statistical relationship various terms and documents. Machine learning techniques, its a source are used to semantic information through a multi-level classifiers through the measures like a KL, it's the distance observed to the ML, it's machine learning, and the IR system can be improved. Information retrieval is improved. Hybrid technique, systematic closeness is a measure is used to improve the efficiency, and retrieval technique, fuzzy logic is used in hybrid technique. Next, the conclusion. Instead of synthetic after retrieval, semantic retrieval document could be fetched by constructing a query in semantic information retrieval. Occurs the query execution can be done through the ontology-based or semantic retrieval technique. Statistic ontology technique has been used effective of optimization of research and search after the techniques. Hybrid techniques of ontology is also for immediate for a search optimizations. Thank you, give me this opportunity to present a paper in IPM conference. Thank you so much, ma'am. On my side, it's over.
Thank you so much, Khushbu ma'am. Now, moving further, I would like to call Mr. Subhashish Mehta, Neetu Kamra, and Naina Agrawal, and they give their presentation on the topic application of machine learning for predictive analytics. Over to you, Naina.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, okay.
Is it visible? Hello.
You are visible, but your screen is not visible. Please try again once.
Okay.
Presenter है ये?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Neetu Kamra, and I would be representing Mr. Mahata, as he's involved in a current project in his company, and he has a live upgradation happening today evening. So I and Nena would be...
Hello.
Hello.
Ma'am, actually your screen is not visible.
Yeah, ma'am. So we will be doing that. Nena, are you having any trouble? Should I try from my end?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry. Is the presentation visible, please?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible, but it is showing in Gmail only.
Sorry. Okay, okay.
Ma'am, kindly download it.
Yeah, I'll have to download. Sorry, because I thought. Nena, would you be able to send the PPT? Or
Okay,
I
ma'am.
present same? Yeah, because you made it changes. I'm sorry.
No problem, ma'am. Please take your time.
Thank you.
Ma'am, sent.
Sorry, I've received. I'm just sharing the screen now.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Now it's visible.
It's visible. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. So the topic of our presentation is the application of machine learning for predictive analytics. The case for which the programming or the predictive analytics has been performed is the Indian Premier League IPL T20 cricket matches. So the idea behind the study was since 2008, when the inception of the IPL cricket league has started, it has actually taken over a huge leap in terms of the kind of money that the present gaming scenario in sports analytics is bringing into the business world. Considering that the entire amount of bidding that is happening for the IPL groups by the entrepreneurs involves a lot of sports analytics where they're using descriptive analytics, predictive, prescriptive analytics in order to make sense of what has happened in the past and trying to anticipate what could happen in the future, determined on the basis of the analysis that has been conducted through business intelligence. Keeping this purview into design, the objective of the study is to observe the impact of different machine learning models in the prediction of an IPL match, whether it is a loss or a win. Secondly, by analysis of the data on the prediction of the IPL matches, this data has been used to explore information and patterns related to matches and players so that the big industrial houses who do bidding for the development of the IPL teams could be able to take decisive decisions for the effective team performance. In order to do that, the sampling design that has been adopted was the secondary data that was collected through Kaggle, which had a repository of data included from government public services department repository libraries and internet searches and consensus, which were unionized through the availability of certain tools like Cognos and IBM Watson for the unison of the data sets. For this project, researchers have used a secondary data source as conveyed through the Kaggle platform majorly. The approach adopted for the analysis and interpretations of the data was that firstly, the data was cleaned, it was extracted, transformed and transported into the usable form to be able for the descriptive analytics to be performed. In order to conduct the descriptive analytics, which is trying to understand what are the basic input variables variables that would impact the performance of team winning or losing, that is called feature engineering, was performed, and basis which descriptive analytics on certain important criterias like the regions which have had the maximum playing fields, or the regions which have supported, or the tournaments or the stadiums that have supported the maximum cricket performances. This also included a lot of data about the performance of individual players in the playing field depending upon the venue. In order to conduct the analysis and interpretations, we have used a composite role of various tools and technologies. For descriptive analytics, as you can see in the screenshot, we had applied the IBM Cognos descriptive analytics, which is the first, and Tableau as well. The first one is input of the Tableau screenshot, and we used IBM Cognos in order to do the descriptive analytics. These both tools are plug-in and plug-out tools, which could help us provide data visualization on the input variables that we identified and the dependent variables. Once the first level of descriptive analytics was performed, the second level of predictive analytics was performed. Majorly, this was done through IBM Watson tool and Python. So, Nena, would you like to take up from here?
Yes, ma'am. So the predictive analysis is mainly used for classification model, and first is logistic regression model. Mainly it is used for the association of the independent variable with the one dependent variable. Like you can see, there is an outcome variable equal to winner. So who is the winner of the IPL matches of the T20? And predictive variable are like team 1 or team 2, venue where the matches is being playing, toss winner, city, and the toss decision, like it is for bowling or batting. So first we have used the model logistic regression, and after this the accuracy of the logistic regression is mainly the 31%, which is very low. So we have used different models, like the second model is K nearest neighbor, KNN model. So in this we have imported K neighbor classifier, and after this we have applied KNN model, and after the prediction, the accuracy of the model was nearly. Ma'am, can you share the screen of KNN model?
Yes, sorry.
So the accuracy model has been increased by 63.62%. So after this, we have used a naive Bayes model. So in this, we have imported Gaussian NB, which is mainly used for the normal distribution. And after this, the accuracy has been 19.44, which is very poor, because for any prediction, the accuracy model can be up to or above 70%. So after this, we have used SVM, support vector machine model. Mainly it is used for the classification problem. Mainly it finds an optimal boundary between the possible outputs. So we have used this, and the accuracy of the SVM model on the IPL data set is mainly 87.16%, which is very good. And we have used also different models like decision tree. So in this, we have imported decision tree, and there is a model like criterion equal to Gini. Mainly it is used for it is mainly used for the degree or probability of the particular variable which is being wrongly classified when it is randomly chosen. So we have chosen criterion equal to Gini. So after using the decision tree model, the accuracy is 87%. And after this, we have used random forest model. In this model, multiple decision trees are constructed to support accurate and quick decision making. So in this model, you can see like in the first line, n estimator equal to 50, which is mainly mean like this is the number of trees we want to build. but like the higher number of trees will give higher performance, but it will slow the performance of the Jupyter notebook. Like and after prediction, the accuracy level of the random forest is 87.43%, and the conclusion of the given study and the analysis is like in this, it is seen that the most IPL matches session took place in Eden Garden and Wakhande Stadium, which is also an important factor for winning the match. Second, Mumbai Indians is the most successful team who win 109 matches throughout the 11th session from 2008 to 2020. Chennai Super King is the second most successful team with 100 matches win, followed by the Kolkata Knight Rider with 92 match win. The Mumbai Indians win mainly the IPL matches. Third, mostly the man match of the IPL goes to Chris Gayle, who own highest number, followed by the AB de Villiers and David Warner, and in Indian player MS Dhoni top the list. In this, it is clear that the toss win or loss has less effect to win the match, but after winning the toss, team win the match is higher than when team win the toss but did not manage to win the match. Mainly, the decision of the bowling or batting play a major role. And in different model of the machine learning we have used for the analysis, we have seen that the decision tree model, random forest model, and the support vector machine model, SVM model, have the most accuracy model, around the 88% accuracy model. So it is the best model for the prediction of the IPL matches for the T20. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This is our presentation.
Thank you so much, Neetu ma'am and Ms. Vienna Agrawal. And thanks to all presenters for such a knowledgeable presentation. So now moving further, I would like to invite Mr. Rasik Patel, Dr. Mohammad Irdesh, Dr. Tulsi Das, and Mr. Jiten Darji, and they will give the presentation on the topic Internet of Things definition, recent research, directions, and challenges. Over to you, Mr. Rasik Patel.
Okay, thank you very much, madam.
Thank you, sir. Kindly take over the session.
Just 1 minute. Yes, ma'am. Screen is visible.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, now, first of all, to thanks to all the teams of IPM to create an opportunity for me and my team for present topic, papers. The paper title is Internet of Things, IoT, definition, research, direction, and the challenges. Now, here, the IoT is used, just 1 minute. This my screen is visible. Hello. My screen is visible, madam. Okay, now here the IoT is the most important technologies
Yes,
for.
sir, your screen is visible and you are audible.
Okay,
Please
and now you're reviewing the main challenges of the IoT environment by the focusing of the recent directions. Information and communication technology means ICTs control our daily behaviors. It become a main part of our life criteria. Infrastructure beginning in intercommunication of the heterogeneous mixed devices in the different aspect. So nowadays the IoT is used in different parameters, different devices in different environments. The personal computing, sensing, sensoring, surveillance devices, number of surveillance devices for your security purpose. Now smart home, entertainment, transportations, and the video streaming are example to for the using the IoTs. Now, one of the buzzword in the information technology in IoTs is maximum use in the information worlds. The future of the IoTs is with transfer the real world's object into the intelligence virtual object. Between both generation and the special challenges is there. Now, the impact of the IoT, which is, can be divided into two categories, namely that the two challenges is in IoTs like general challenges and the unique challenges. In the general challenges such as the communication challenge, heterogeneous means different devices, then visualization and the security purpose is the main general challenges in IoTs for the research. Now the unique challenges such as the wireless sensor, then radio frequency identification, then final quality of the services. That is the consideration as the common factor for the challenges in times of the use of the IoT for the research purpose. The main objective of this paper is to provide the overview of the IoT's architecture and the very important technologies and their uses in our the daily lives. So now in my side to try out here to view of the best or improved technologies of the IoTs in our daily uses. However, this manuscript will be good understanding the new researchers who want to do the research in this field of Internet of Things, the technological gods, and the facilitated knowledge accumulated in the efficiently. Now, in this paper, we provide overview studies of the IoT's model, concept, principle, and the architecture, whatever is there, the additional concept which highlight is there. Now, today we are to provide the respective everywhere is computer all the world's websites. The IoT has emerged strong as a more persuasive area expression kind of the new technologies. It is not the first technologies in this field, in the field of the information technology, but also the cloud computing technology has a base used to represent the everywhere computing the world. In the seventh in the series of the ITU International Telecommunication Union International to report the organization was in the whatever is there. It will be rapid is also used, the radio frequency identification is there by the Calvin to be visualization of the IoT department. Now here the actually the definition of the IoT varies based on who you talk, but formally it can be defined as a dynamically global network infrastructure with self-confidential and inter-operation communications. Here, the cell configuration and the interoperability communication between a number of devices or user is that simply the IoT means the ability to make the everything around us, starting from machine, devices, mobile phone, cars, and even our city or road, what everywhere in nowadays the IoT is implement is possible. So now are expected to the connected to the internet with an intelligent behavior and taking into the account the existence of the kinds of autonomy and the privacy. Now here to be object, the things can be classified into two types, namely the things rechargeable batteries things and the things are not rechargeable. So now it rechargeable means the most of them are mobiles, example laptop, tablet, and mobile phones. Not rechargeable, like these things are static from the mobility's point of the view. Generally IoT include three main demands are: the first, the shared understanding of the situation of its use and their application. Now next one, the software architecture and the provisions communication network to cover and process conceptual information. And lastly, the analytics tools in IoT that aims for the autonomous and intelligence behaviors. Now, consequently, can be expressed the principal idea of IoTs is promoting the communication between anything from the anywhere at any times through a context-aware applications. Now, here the challenges is there. There are two types of challenges is for the IoT form: the general challenge and the special challenge. Now, here the related work in this section, we are to be offered of the overview of the IoTs, define the history and the IoTs that relies on three-dimensional and called the IoT infrastructure. And the final part of the section, we discuss about the definitions. Now, the different concept like Calvin asked of the internet. from the previous aspect can be defined IoT as a set of smart things object such as home devices, mobile laptop, etc. Now, addressed by the unique addressing scheme and context of the Internet of the Things IoT, the figure win. So now this figure is to be defined the IoT technologies is used in the car or robotics, home, or agriculture, or in an animal section, whatever, in everywhere to use these technologies. Now the architecture and the designing, it will be the architecture in three forms like information items, independence networks, and intelligence application. Like here, to in the part of the independence network to cover the self headings, self optimizations, self configuration, self protection, and the self learning. In the part of the information items to be self learning and item sensitive is also there. Now in the part of the intelligent application, the action data, intelligent control, whatever is there. Now it will be classified the characteristics for IoT, internet, or WS means wireless sensor networking according to communication protocol, a scale degree of area, networking approaches, identification object, types of nodes, network designing, behavior, and networking times. These all are the different characteristics in is categorized in the three forms IoTs, now Internet of Things, means Internet and WS. Now here the other different challenges is there. Now the networking is there, then routing, the reactive protocols and proactive protocol is using the for the routing. The routing the process means selecting the best path between the source and destination. By the routing to find out the best path in between source and destination. Now heterogeneous different devices are there. Then here will be interoperabilities. Interoperability concepts can be defined as an ability to create a systems or devices cooperating with each other in the effective use. Now with the QoS, quality of services, the QoS is important. Ideally QoS is defined as an amount of time that is taken to deliver the message from the sender and the receivers. Now ITU's International Telecommunication Union is also consult regarding to QoS. Now security and privacy, the security rule and to protect it from the threats. This threat classified into two kinds are that external threats such as the attackers is to be attack from outside of the department, is an unauthorized person, the system from the attacks, and is purpose for to loss of the data. The internet threat represent is a mistake on system of the information. There are three main factor of the securities are data confidently, privacy, and truth. The data confidently gently only the authorized user to access and modify the data, and this include two aspects: first access control mechanism, and the second the object authentication process. Now the application, there's a different in areas, the healthcare, smart environment like smart city, a smart home automation, and the smart mobilities, the smart energy, and the smart grid. Now the conclusion is that now the in this IoT technologies is using the everywhere in the computer approaches still not the popular like the cloud computing technologies. Now here to highlight the concept regarding to the IoTs, then IoT architecture is also there. According to future of the IoT structure, retain the integration among real to physical worlds, cyber worlds, and the social world. Latency in this section to point out the difference between the IoT and the traditional work. What is the difference is there, like which types of work is in the traditional forms and which types of work is IoT's forms. Now it will be the hot topic of the related challenges is to be discussed in this particular department. The QoS is also there, communication, networking, scalabilities, visualization, big data, heterogeneous. Okay, everything is in our part for that. Okay, now thank you very much.
Thank you, Rasik sir. Thank you so much. Now moving further, I would like to call our next authors, Mr. Jiten Darji, Dr. Mohammad Irdesh, Dr. Tulsi Das, and Mr. Rasik Patel. And they will give the presentation on the topic and analysis of load balancing in cloud computing, challenges and algorithms. So over to you, Mr. Jiten sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
I'm just sharing my screen.
Okay.
Is it visible to you, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah, first of all, madam, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Okay. Okay, my research topic is an analysis of the load balancing in cloud computing, challenges and algorithm. So first of all, I'm going to discuss about the abstract. In a distributed environment, load balancing is essential for the proper operations. So with the rapid development of the cloud computing and demanding customer demand for the more service and a positive result, cloud load balancing has become a very interesting and the essentials area of the research. It aims to transparently share the data, evaluate and deliver the service through a scalable network of the nodes. Because the cloud computing store the data in an open environment and distribute the resources, therefore the amount of the data storage increase rapidly. In cloud storage, the load balancing is a key issues, since the system is too large to distribute the load over the time. Managing the load informations will cost a lot of money. So one of the biggest challenge in cloud computing is the load balancing. Cloud computing needs to distribute the dynamic workload among the multiple nodes to ensure that no node is overwhelmed. Then many algorithm suggest to provide the powerful methods and algorithm to allocate the customer request to available cloud nodes. These methods are designed to increase the overall functioning of the cloud and provide the users with more satisfying and efficient services. In this article, we looked at the different notification algorithm to solve the cloud computing load balancing and job scheduling issues. So we discuss the comparison and the algorithm to give an overview of this latest method in this field. Then this is the introduction part. So cloud computing is emerging as a new paradigm for the large scale distributed computing. It migrates the computing and data from the desktop and the laptop to large data centers. It provides a scalable computing resources, such as the applications and the services and the infrastructures that they can use over the internet through pay as you go approach, thus paying on the demand to quickly and easily adjust capacity. It helps increase changes in the demand and help any organizations avoid the software and the hardware capital expenditures. Therefore, cloud computing is a framework for suitable on-demand network to enter the share pool of the computing assets. For example, networks, servers, storage applications, and services. These resources can be quickly configured and deconfigured with the minimal management or the communications effort on the part of the service provider. This further helps to provide usability due to the exponential growth of the cloud computing. It has been widely adopted by the industry and the data centers are the growing rapidly. According to the National Institute of the Standard and the Technology, cloud computing has a many characteristic. So here the first is on-demand self-services. Consumer can automatically one-sided provisioning IT functions such as the server time and network storage when needed without the need for the manual interactions with each the service provider. Second is a broad network access. Function exists on the network and are accessed through the standard mechanisms that encourage the use of the heterogeneous or the thin client platforms such as the mobile phones, tablets, laptops, and the workstations. The rapid elasticity. The function can be flexible, configured, and released, and in some cases, it will be automatically released to quickly expand the outward and inward according to the demand. To the consumers, the features available for the configurations often seems limitless and
can be used in any number at any time. The fourth characteristic is a measure services. It can monitor, control, and report on the use of the resources, thus providing transparency to the providers and users of the services used. As a cloud computing is under development, there are many common problems in cloud computing, such as ensuring the proper access control, authentication and authorizations, and auditing network level migrations, so that it can require the minimum cost and time to move a job, to provide a proper security to the data in a transit, and to the data at the rest. Then the data availability. Data availability issue in a cloud, and the most prevalent problem in the cloud computing is the problem of the load balancing. And the load balancing is a method of computer networking that can distribute the workload among the many computers or clusters of the computers, network links, central processing units, disk drive, or the other resources, to optimize the use of the resources and maximize the throw output, minimize the response time, and avoid the overload. Using various component instead of individuals component through the load balancing can improve the reliability through the redundancy. Load balancing service are typically provided by the dedicated software or the hardware, such as the multi-layer switches or the domain name system server. Load balancing is one of the fundamental problem with the cloud computing. So this is a method of evenly distributing dynamic local workload among all the nodes in the entire cloud to avoid situations where some nodes are overwhelmed while the other are idle or have a little workload. This slide show the result in a higher user satisfactions and better utilizations of the resources, thus the improving overall performance and utilizations of the system resources. It also ensure the efficient and equitable distributions of each IT resources. When one or more component of a service fail, load balancing will contribute to the continuations of the services by implementing fair exchange, that is by configuring and the deconfiguring application instances without failure. The goal of the load balancing is to improve the performance by balancing the load between a series of resources like the network links and central processing unit, disk drivers, in order to obtain the best use of resources, maximum throughput, maximum response time, and avoid the overload. In order to distribute the load on a different system, different load balancing algorithm are used. Generally, load balancing algorithm follow the two main categories. The first one is the system load, that is depending on how to change, how to charge is distributed and how processes are allocated to the node. And second one is a system topology, depending on the information status of the node. So in the first case, it design as a centralized approaches, distributed approaches, or the hybrid approaches. So that we will see in the next slide. See the classification according to the system load. There are three classifications are there: centralized, distributed, and a mixed approach. So in the centralized approach, a single node is accountable for the managing and distributions inside the whole system. In the distributed approach, each node builds its own load vector by collecting the load informations from the other node, use the local load vector to make the decision locally. And in the next slide, see the classification according to the system topology. The first one is a static approach. So this approach is usually defined in the design or implementations of the system. In the dynamic approach, it takes into the account and current situations of the system during the load balancing decisions. This approach is more appropriate for the widely distributed systems such as the cloud computing. And last one is the adaptive approaches. So this method adapts the load distributions to change in the state of the system by dynamically modifying the parameters and the algorithm. This method can improve the performance when the system state changes frequently. This method is more suitable for the widely distributed system such as the cloud computing. The metrics for the load balancing in a cloud. A variety of metrics is considered in the existing load balancing technique in the cloud computing are here we have discussed. So first is scalability. Scalability is a capability of an algorithm to do the load balancing for systems with any finite number of nodes. Second one is the resource utilizations. Resource utilizations is used to check the utilizations of the resource. It should be optimized for an efficient load balancing, and the performance is used to test the effectiveness of the system. This has to be improved at the reasonable cost. The response time is the amount of time taken to respond by a particular load balancing algorithm in a distributed system. The load balancing algorithm. So these are the list of the algorithm. In order to balance the request of the resources, it is essential to recognize a few major goal of the load balancing. So see, these are the goal: cost effective. The main aim is to get an overall enhancement in the system performance at a reasonable price. Second is a scalability and flexibility. The distributed system in which the algorithm is implemented may change in size or the topology, so the algorithm must be scalable and the flexible enough to permit such change to the handle easily. Next, the priority. The priority of the resources or jobs should be done earlier than the algorithm itself in order to better serve the main or the priority jobs, regardless of providing equal services for all the jobs regardless of their resources. The load balancing algorithm. These are the list of the algorithm. First one is a round robin. In this algorithm, the processes between all the processors are separated. Each process is assigned to the processor in a in a cyclical order. The process allocation order is maintained locally and has nothing to do with the allocations of the remote processors. Although the distributions of the workload among the processor is equal, the processing time of the work of the different processes is not the same. Therefore, at any time, same nodes may be heavily loaded while others remain static. This algorithm is often used in the web servers, while HTTP requests have associated with the properties and are the evenly distributed. Second is a connection mechanism. The load balancing algorithm can also be based on the list connection method, which is a part of the dynamic scheduling algorithm. It must dynamically calculate the number of connections to each servers to gauge the load. The load balancer records the connections member for each server. When it is assigns a new connections, the number of connections increase, and when the connection is terminated or a timeout occurs, the number of connections decrease. The randomized algorithm are static in nature. In this algorithm, the process can be managed by the specific node and with a probability p. For each processor allocated from remote processors for self-management, the order of the process allocations will be preserved. In this case of the equal process load, the algorithm work well. However, when the load has a different computational complexity, problem arise. Random algorithm cannot maintain the deterministic method. When the round robin algorithm generate the overload of the process queue, it will work fine. Load balancing challenges in the cloud computing. Even though the cloud computing is generally used, cloud computing research is still in its early stages, and the scientific community has yet to resolve some scientific issues. In a particular, the problem of the load balancing, the automated service provisioning, the main characteristic of the cloud computing is elasticity, which can automatically allocate or free resources. Then how to use or free cloud resources while maintaining the same performance as a traditional virtual machine migrations. Through the virtualizations, the entire machines can be seen as a one file or a group of file to offload a heavily loaded physical machines, and virtual machines can be moved between the physical machines. The main objective is to distribute the load to a data center or a group of data centers. So how to dynamically allocate the load when moving the virtual machines to avoid the bottleneck in cloud computing system. Energy management. The advantage of the advocating cloud acceptance is the economies of the scale savings. Energy is the key to achieving a global economy in which a set of global resources will be supported by the small suppliers. The store data management over the past decade, even for companies that have the outsource the data storage, the data stored horizontally on the network has grown exponentially. For individuals, data storage management is still for individuals. Data storage management had become the main challenges of the cloud computing. The conclusion, while there are many existing issues like load balancing, virtual machine migration, server consolidation, power management, etc., which have not been fully addressed, cloud computing has been widely adopted by the industry. At the heart of these issues is the problem of the load balancing, which is necessary to distribute access dynamic local workload evenly across all the node in the cloud computing. Uh, yes, it has ensured that the distributions of the each IT resources is fair and reasonable. This article introduced the concept of the cloud computing and the research challenges of the load balancing. It focused on the flow of the load balancing algorithm, then conduct a relative investigations into the scalability, resource usage, performance, and the response times of this algorithm in the cloud computing. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Jiten sir. Thank you so much. Now moving further, I would like to call Mr. Tanay, Anand, Mr. Vishal, and Mr. Sheyash, and they will give the presentation on the topic investment analysis based on the principle of value investing using machine learning. Over to you, sir.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
I'll share my screen.
Okay, sir.
Can you see the screen?
Visible.
Should I start?
Yes, sir. Over to you.
So, good afternoon to everyone present here. First of all, we are very thankful to for providing us an opportunity to present at this conference. I am Tanay Mahendale, along with my co-authors, Professor Anand Mane, Mr. Vishal Ramina, and Mr. Shreyas Kailasnathan. We are going to present our paper on the topic investment analysis based on the principles of value investing using machine learning. And we are from Sardar Patel Institute of Technology, Mumbai. So looking at the discussion outline, first we'll look at the problem statement, the objectives, the proposed solution, and we'll look at the step-by-step solution applied. After that, we'll look at the results and conclusion. So our problem statement goes like this. So where everyone is focused on making quick money with algorithmic trading or short-term strategies, we look to develop an investment analysis tool which blends classical principles of value investing and modern machine learning techniques. The objectives of our project are using value investing principles to give a verdict on whether a particular stock is overvalued or undervalued, then to predict the potency of that stock using day-to-day market data over a period of time if it is undervalued, to attract and motivate every individual irrespective of age, financial knowledge and technical knowledge for making a wise investment in order to help achieve their life goals, and to help and support all levels of investors to make a wiser investment through a perfect blend of fundamental value investing concepts and a contemporary predictive machine learning techniques. Moving on to the proposed solution, here we are taking into account the financials of previous 5 financial years of a particular stock, and then we estimate the intrinsic value of the company and judge whether it is undervalued and investment worthy using Monte Carlo simulation and LSTM neural network. So here, as I said, we are looking to create a framework wherein an individual with minimal knowledge of financial markets can assess the company he or she is looking and get a clear and unbiased valuation. So this was a methodology that was adapted. First, the user inputs the name of the stock to be analyzed. So the associated data which is required for further processing is onboarded using an API. Then we do data cleaning and data wrangling over the fetched data. Then we are using intrinsic valuation using Monte Carlo simulation. And here we have modified Monte Carlo simulation, which is a new technique. Then we estimate if the company is undervalued or overvalued using value investing principles. And irrespective of the result, we will be predicting the trend for the next 6 months using LSTM model. Now I request Mr. Vishal to carry forward the presentation.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
So this is the Monte Carlo simulation flowchart that we have done. So first we have pre-processed the data of last 5 years and fed it as input data, then projected income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, and based on the growth value. Then we have calculated various parameters like FCF, calculated cost of equity, cost of debt, calculated weighted average cost to capital, then calculate terminal value, net present value, and after that we have after calculating the net present value, we have divided it by a total number of outstanding shares to get the intrinsic value. Then after getting the intrinsic value, we have also taken into account the present market trend, which is a new algorithm that we have used to basically take into account the present market trend while determining the intrinsic value. Next. So after the calculation, this is the prediction part. So for prediction, we have used LSTM neural network. So for that, we have used an API to collect the stock data, and after collecting the data, we have pre-processed the data by scaling and divided in by scaling the data and dividing it into test and train data sets, and then building a LSTM model, then predicting the test. Then we have predicted the test data and plotted the output, and after that, we have predicted the future trend. Next. So this is the performance of a LSTM model. Here you can see that the predicted data is almost tightly overlapped over the scrap data. Next. So this is our result. This is the web app we have created. So this is basically there are 3 parts. So first part is this intrinsic value evaluation using Monte Carlo simulation. Here you can see the intrinsic value of the company. Next. And this is the performance of the stock of that company over a particular period. And the red line is the intrinsic value that we have calculated and which was seen in the previous slide as well. Next. And this is the prediction that we have made for the next few months. And here you can see the stock price is overvalued, and so this leads to a conclusion that this is not the right time to invest in this stock. Here you can wait for few time and then you can make a wise decision. Next. So the conclusion we have arrived at is the results obtained clearly indicate that together with Monte Carlo simulation and use of DSF models, discounted cash flow models, proven to be a boon for long-term investment. The proposed paper also take into account the current market rate while calculating the intrinsic value, which is unprecedented. Furthermore, using LSTM networks and investor use this tool goes a step ahead of others investor in terms of knowledge about the company, accurately predicting the time where which the company with the where the stock price will cross the intrinsic value line next. These are our references. Next, next, next. Thank you. This is from our side.
That's what from our side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Tanay, Mr. Anand, Mr. Vishal, and Mr. Shreyash. And now moving further, I would like to call Mr. Shrikant Patel, Mr. Girish Kumar Sharma, and Ms. Indu Jolly, and they will present the paper on blockchain with AI. Over to you, Indu, ma'am.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Ma'am, can you please allow the screen sharing?
Yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I, Indu Jolly, along with Mr. Shrikant Patel and Dr. Girish Sharma, today going to present paper on a very interesting topic, blockchain with artificial intelligence. Our paper are describing the relation between these two technologies. Is my screen visible? Okay, that's fine. Okay,
yes, ma'am. Your screen is visible and you are audible.
Okay. Our paper in our paper, we are describing the relationship between these two technologies and why should they become so interesting when they came together. But first of all, we need to understand what are these type of technologies. Blockchain used for the interaction between two participants without involving a third party. On the other hand, artificial intelligence gives the power of decision making to machines so that they can learn from their surroundings and take decision. Now we should know why blockchain and AI should merge together. There is a very simple reason behind it. Blockchain has the capability to keep accurate records and executions, while AI has the capability of understanding of autonomous interaction. Both the features are different, hence they both leads a way for continuous communication in future. The three main reasons why these technologies should merge to benefit us are they allow data sharing, provides high security and integrity. As you can look into this picture, AI covers all the implementation issues of blockchain. For example, privacy, AI improves the performance of hash function. Efficiency, AI has the power to predict the likelihood of particular node to fulfill particular mining task. Scalability, AI enables collaborative learning without centralized data set, and much more. Now move on to how blockchain can help AI. Blockchain can help AI a lot. It helps in explaining AI better as it provides a way to track back decision procedures. Also, it increases the effectiveness of AI by making data sharing secure. It lowers the barrier of market to entry as blockchain protect and organize information as well as personal data. It allows new marketplaces like data market, models market, and finally an AI market. Last but not the least, blockchain increase trust in artificial intelligence as tasks will managed by autonomous virtual machines, hence increase peer-to-peer interaction to distribute data and robust mechanisms securely. Now, one should know important benefits of blockchain with artificial intelligence. As we all know, AI studies patterns in large amount of data, whereas blockchain primary focus with record management accurately and securely also. Data sharing is the chief concern of artificial intelligence and blockchain. Consider an example. A self-operating device has autonomous nature. Therefore, they need to have a great intercommunication which blockchain cracks. Now, the question arises, why should company use blockchain and artificial intelligence technologies? As AI can boost blockchain in many ways, it provides effective way to learn from history and build trustworthy relation between the companies. Blockchain is designed to trustworthy data, that is the blood of artificial intelligence, and attract both private and public sectors. As you can see in the figure on the right hand side, there are various models, say hybrid learning models. Its objective is to combine different machines learning models to get better decision. And its application is real time decision agnostics, data agnostics. Blockchain help this model in a way of trust, derivation, and performance will be increased by artificial intelligence. That's why companies should use. Now moving on to some real life platforms on which blockchain technologies can used. There are number of platforms like Gainify from New York, Botchain from Boston, Numrai from San Francisco, HANA Systems from San Francisco. So let's talk about Botchain. Botchain is a very popular platform which enables management of virtual agents for AI. For example, Google Assistants, Amazon Alexa is a kind of blockchain. Next, on the moving Swan Robotics. It is a real life, very interesting platform and topic, and a great area of interest in which blockchain and AI can benefit the most. In this area, number of robots work together to execute tasks, and each robot able to interact with its surrounding by making use of artificial intelligence and by set of rules. Hence, AI powerful robotics emerged as front-end technology, and blockchain provides an optimal security solution. Now, in continuing the same, what is the effect of COVID-19 in these two technologies? COVID-19 In current COVID-19 scenario, artificial intelligence and blockchain helps a lot in terms of data analysis, prediction. Some of the examples are contact tracing. A German tech developed blockchain-based system which enables mobile phone tracing along with the security. Governments and healthcares can get the information about the coronavirus tracking. Next is finding drugs. Technology is boon to formulate procedures. Artificial intelligence is performing a very important part in telling the process of vaccine by considering viral protein structure and serve medical researchers to analyze data at a very extraordinary speed. Next is the future scope of these technologies. Last but not the least from my end, as we understood now well that why these two technologies should combine and how they can benefit us. Artificial intelligence and blockchain both are a great area of research, and they can shape our future in a many ways. For example, to predict the problem basis on the history data and give their solutions as well. This is all from my side. Signing off. Thank you all for your time and patience. Have a good day. Over to you, ma'am. Hello.
Thank you so much, Indu ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, now moving further, I would like to invite Mr. Rinku Raheja, Shivangi Singh, along with the Dr. Naveen Kumar Singh, who is the co-author of this paper, and they will give the presentation on revolutionization by collaboration, intermingling of AI and blockchain. So I now request Ms. Shivangi Singh to kindly take over the session.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, can you please share the rights?
Please wait, Shivangi. Now you can share your slides.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon to everyone present. I'm Shivangi Singh. Under the guidance of Rinku Raheja and Dr. Naveen Kumar Singh, I'm presenting this paper. The topic of my paper is revolutionization by collaboration, that is the intermingling of AI and blockchain. So artificial intelligence and blockchain are proving to be quite a powerful combination, improving virtually every industry in which they are implemented. These technologies can be combined to upgrade everything from food supply chain management, logistic, and healthcare record according to and sharing to the media loyalties and the financial security. The integration of AI and blockchain affects many aspects, including the security. AI and blockchain will offer a double shield against cyber attacks. So, in the introduction, I've talked about the technologies such as the blockchain and AI with their advent and adoption. We are experiencing revolution, popularly known as Fourth Industrial Revolution. But these technology working as a standalone are not enough to bring about a significant change that is needed or that is required in this tech era. So, to unleash the true potential of these two technologies, they must go in parallel or as a combination. If the technological ecosystem of both AI and blockchain be combined, then many of the shortcomings can be effectively overcome. Since the algorithm that AI uses, it rely upon the data or the information to learn and inference and then make the final decision. So the flow of the working of the algorithm of machine learning would be much better than when the data will be collected on a platform which is regarded as the most trustable, reliable, secure, and creditable. Since both AI and blockchain technologies are new to tech industries, people are struggling to understand and implement them. So working in this field required a lot of research and a hard work. We will further see what are the features of AI and blockchain, and then we would encompass how these two technologies implement each other and how the collaboration of both the technologies will help in revolutionization of the tech world. So, talking about blockchain. Blockchain technology is a distributed, decentralized, and immutable ledger used to store data which is encrypted and has a proof of work. On the other hand, AI gives us a platform that serves as a brain technology that helps with the analytics and decision making for the data collected. They're coming together, which is going to make much sense, and it can take the utilization of the data collected to the new heights. Additionally, the cluster of the data that is stored in the block would be worked upon by machine learning, and AI will use it to improve its own ability to reason and interaction with the human. Then coming to the ledger system that blockchain technology uses to keep the track of the data and the variables used and will be used to take improvised decisions. For the people who are nowadays more concerned with who are accessing their data and to which single authority or the large organization their data is being sent, artificial intelligence with blockchain will make open door towards the decentralization of authentication. The decentralized structure of blockchain will help AI to digest a huge amount of data that is being generated to be shared. In this way, the data won't be stored or controlled by a single authority, centralized entity, and can be shared across. So, what's more is needed? That is to bring the merger, would bring the reinvention to the way we exchange our information among us. Here, as we can see, what could be the application when the intermingling of AI and blockchain would be done? That is the smart computing, creating diverse data set, data protection, data monetization, and trusting AI making decision. First, talking about smart computing power. If we work if we were to work on a blockchain with all its encrypted knowledge on a laptop, you'd like massive amount of process power. The hashing algorithm used to mine Bitcoin blocks, for example, take a brute force approach, which consists of systematically enumerating all possible candidates for the solution and checking whether each candidate satisfy the problem statement before confirming the deal. Then coming to creating diverse data sets, unlike computing project based project, blockchain technology creates a suburbanized, transparent network that can be accessed by anyone around the world in a public blockchain network station. While blockchain technology is a ledger that proves cryptocurrencies, blockchain networks are now being applied to several industries to create decentralization. Then coming on to the data protection. Through data protection, AI receives data regarding the globe and things happening thereon. Knowledge feeds AI, and through it, AI will be able to continuously improve itself. On the opposite aspect, blockchain is essentially a technology that allows for the encrypted storage of data on a distributed ledger. It allows for the creation of fully secure databases that can be looked into by the parties who have been approved to do so. When combining blockchain with AI, we have a backup system for the sensitivity and highly valuable personal data of the individual. The development of artificial intelligence applied to big data together with the security offered by the blockchain technology creates the perfect combination for the management of the large databases. Then coming to data monetization, another turbulent innovation that might be doable by combining the two technologies, that is AI and blockchain, is that the validation of information. Monetizing collected data is a huge revenue source for large companies such as Facebook and Google. Having others decide how our data is being sold to create profit for business demonstrates that data is being weaponized against us. Blockchain permits the USA to cryptographically defend our knowledge and have it utilize how we tend to see our work. Then we have trusting the AI decision making. As AI algorithm becomes smarter through machine learning, it will become increasingly difficult for data scientists to understand how these programs come to a specific conclusion and decisions. This is because of AI algorithm are going to be ready to method impossibly massive amount of information and variable. And then we have the smart contract that are being the buzz around these days. A smart contract is a type of an agreement between two parties in form of computer code. This contract run on the blockchain platform, which is a public distributed ledger system when no data can be altered. Hence it is used for the legal construction of the contracts that are usually known as smart contracts, and actions on them are taken accordingly in terms and conditions mentioned in the paper. It is a set of basic electronic commerce and enforces law too. Since the smart contracts are blockchain based, so anyone can form executable code and work through it. It does not require any intermediate parties to work on. Then coming on to the conclusion that we can draw from all the facts that I've presented is the conversions of both the technologies, that is AI and blockchain, is likely to enter the untraveled road, and it could be a tedious job to do so, but the outcomes would be a boon to the mankind. It is definitely going to change the way we conduct our life and the diversion of the various industries from the existing tech to AI. It is also being observed. Working of the industries with blockchain but without AI or vice versa is taking a step backward. This is the real reason we have not been able to explore the hidden attributes of both the technologies and work with them so far. Their collaboration is a much needed missing factor in the industry. The convergence of both the technologies is receiving a good attention also, and the companies are heading towards it. When the two technologies are going to be put together, we can use the data as a way it has never been thought before. The key to AI algorithm is the data, and what makes it secure is the blockchain. The intermediary steps that are taken by AI to draw the conclusions are being audited, and it allows us to monetize our own data. So no one here guess what the interplay of both the technologies will bring about, but one thing is for sure, that it is going to bring about a big revolution in the industry 4.0. And these are the references that have helped me to write this paper, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Shivangi. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Now I
ma'am.
request our next presenters, Mr. Surendra Kumar Pathak, who will present their paper on the review paper on identification of the captcha with the advancement of machine learning techniques. Now I request Mr. Surendra Kumar Pathak sir to kindly take over the session.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
I will request you to kindly share the
Please
PPT.
wait a minute, sir. Yes, we are
Okay.
sharing.
Okay. Okay.
Hello,
Good.
sir, it's visible to you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is
Okay.
visible. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing the screen. Okay. So first of all, I would like to say thanks to IPM Ghaziabad who has given this opportunity to present this paper here. So in this paper, we have just given a review paper on identification of the captcha with the advancement of machine learning techniques. In this paper, our co-authors are Mr. myself, Surendra Kumar Pathak, and Dr. Naveen Kumar Singh, and Mr. Rajesh Kumar Maurya. So, as we all know that this captcha, whenever we are going on the internet and we are making any form or dealing with the internet, we are finding one thing, that is the captcha. So we will have to fill the captcha. So captcha is are of different type. Some captchas we are seeing it is a simple captcha, like there is a simple letters, simple visible letters, you can say, that we are finding. And sometimes there are, we will find that there are some additional sort of things are there. And however there the captchas, we are also finding that there are different some captchas in a difficult manner. This will be very difficult to read the human also. So they will have to make efforts then. Or sometimes there are different sort of capture like images. In this we will have to recognize, okay, that what are the street lights and what are the some sort of trees we will have to identify. So captcha is completely automated public Turing test to tell computers and human apart. Actually, captcha is used to making the difference that whatever the computer and human is. So this captcha has been introduced with the aim that no bot machine should enter the things directly. So in the Turing test, as we can see in this screen on the left hand side, we have seen that in the Turing test, earlier this have been done that in a one room, one machine or computer have been placed, and the one human have been placed, and one person is asking the question, and it is identified that whether whatever the answer is given by the human, whether it is able to give by the system also. If it is tested by the system, then it is considered that the machine have passed the Turing test. And that is also the reverse Turing test. In this, the machine is also telling the machine, and the human is going to recognize that thing. So here we would ma'am, please, next slide. Okay, so here the captcha are basically based on OpenAI problems. And as we know that earlier the artificial intelligence is the field is a very old field, like say 50-60 years back it is old. But due to the advancement of the availability of the data and the huge enormous computing power to the computer, now it has been capable that machine learning now in very you can say it is growing day by day, and it is very development stage. And since the development or the advancement of the machine learning, there is a possibility that the bot or the machine can be made in such a powerful fashion that simple captchas can be break. So in this so captchas are basically based on AI problems. So breaking captchas help advance AI by solving these open problems. Improving captchas help telling computers and human apart. So you can say it's a win-win situation. Applications of the captchas are free email services, online polls, dictionary attacks, news group, blogs, etc. And it is also uh, differentiate that someone not is the spam. But here we are talking about with the advancement of the machine learning, and as the and machine learning is growing, there is a possibility that simple captchas can be broken down with the machine. So in that with the help of the convolution neural network, there is a possibility that this can be broken down. So this is a review paper, and here are the some you can say there I will make a table for some of the papers and the title or the findings, like Davidek have in this year 2017 has finding this provide more technique in captchas to identify more difficulty. Mean to say, some of the captchas are having nowadays making more and more in difficult fashion. Sometimes the captchas are overlapped so that they cannot be identified very easily. In the Gar, Gitika, and Follett, they had also the author provides the neural network techniques to break the simple captchas, and this in the this paper, Amar Hawami too, they have also used the deep learning methods to provide this captchas. So with this, with the development of the CNN model, authors have given solutions to recognize the simple captcha proposed. They have also proposed Krabby CNN scheme, so that with the there is a those who wants to going to research in this field, they can go in that with using the uh, by using the convolution neural network, or by improving the by using the machine learning technique, the people can break the the hard capture also, because their machine learning is going in a advanced form. So if there are earlier the breaking whatever the methodologies are used, please next slide. Earlier the methodologies which are used, so most text-based capture have been broken by software, sometimes the OCR and segmentation, and with the help of the convolution neural network they can be broken down. But very simple captchas and the difficult captcha, or you can say the image captchas, however, with the help of the advancement of this machine learning, image captchas can also be broken down. So there is a huge scope in this, that this can be done. So in this paper, we have also seen that convolution neural network simple captchas can be identified, scope for work to break complex captcha also, and this is significantly improved. So there are some, this is the references and bibliography. And last, I should say, thanks for providing me the opportunity. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you,
ma'am.
sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, I would like to request our next presenters, Mr. Arjun Kumar, along with Achinte Kumar Pandey and Mr. Sudarshan Singh, and they will present their paper on estimate of modeling units for Hindi speech recognition using artificial intelligence. Over to you, Arjun, sir. Hello. Arjun, sir, are you there? Maybe some technical issues there from their side. I would like to request our next presenter, that is Ms. Shivani Sharma, and they will present their paper on big data challenges, privacy and security. Ms. Shivani?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please continue your slides. Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shivani Sharma. I have just completed my graduation in mathematics from University of Delhi, and now pursuing masters in mathematics. Today, I am here to present my research paper on the topic Big Data, its privacy, challenges, and security. So here I am discussing what is big data, three V's and more, its sources, challenges of big data, and privacy and security concerns. So first of all, what is big data? Usually in general language, a data which is large in size. Okay, let me discuss collection of data which is large in size as well as high in variety, volume, and velocity. Big data is large or complex so that we can't store or process it by traditional approach, so we need some new techniques. With recent development in technological industry, the amount of data generated by social sites, healthcare apps, and other companies or businesses is increasing day by day. And due to increase in such type of data, solution need to be studied and explained in order to handle and extract value and knowledge from these data. So there is a real world example. Everyone in today's day, everyone use Gmail, and while mailing any document, one cannot attach a 100 MB file to a mail. In fact, one cannot attach a file more than 25 MB to a mail. So now, classification of big data. Big data is classified as 3 V's: velocity, volume, and variety. What are the 3 V's? Velocity, speed of generating data generated in real time. It can be in streams, batches, or bits. Next is volume, amount of data generated online and offline transaction. It can be in kilobytes or terabytes that can be saved in records, tables, and files. Next is variety. Variety means different forms of data from various sources, like it can be structured, unstructured, images, videos, text readings, or human generated, or it can be machine generated. There are some more V's like veracity, validity, venue, vocabulary, value, variable, vagueness, viscosity, visualization. There are total 42 V's. Next is data. The types of data. Structured data. What is structured data? Data which is generated in a tabular format like databases. Then semi-structured data. This type of data doesn't have a formal wait. This type of data doesn't have a formal data model like XML files. Unstructured data, data which does not have a predefined data model like text files. Now, big data technology is appealing, means it is very attractive or interesting because it helps to manage and process a huge amount of data cost efficiently. Now, here comes to sources of big data. Big data is a combination of different types of data. The application which are the main sources of which produce large amount of data are as follows: Internet of Things, self-quantified data, multimedia data, social media data. Some of the other sources are web, sensors networks, social sites or media, internet pages, index or search data, medical records, etc. Data of Internet of Things is generated by GPS devices, smart cars, computing devices, mobile, smart clothing, refrigerator, washing machine, and so on other appliances. And research shows that by the end of 2030, number of sensors will definitely reach 1 trillion. Now, challenges. What are the challenges of big data? There are so many challenges of big data. We will discuss this line one by one. The first is lack of proper understanding of big data. Most of the companies fail in their big data initiative because of their insufficient understanding. Employees of the company may not know what data is, its storage, processing, importance and sources, and how to keep the data secure. The solution to this problem is that companies should organize big data workshop and seminars and must be made compulsory for everyone. Next is growth issues. This is one of the most stressful challenges of big data. And the solution to this problem is this: the company should use modern techniques and prefer and companies should use modern techniques and big data tools such as Hadoop, NoSQL, and more. Next challenge of big data is confusion while selecting big data tools. Companies often get confused while selecting the best tools for big data analysis and storage. Is Companies mostly get confused between Hadoop, MapReduce, or Spark, HBase. Which one is good for big data? And the solution to this problem is to seek professional help, either hire experienced professionals or can learn about big data tools online. The next challenge is lack of data professionals. Professional includes data scientists, data analysts, and data engineers. Nowadays, solution to this problem is that nowadays companies are investing more money in recruitment of skilled professionals. Companies must organize training programs for staff. The next challenges is securing data. Securing these large sets of data is one of the most difficult challenges. Many companies are so busy in understanding their big data sets and also analyzing and storing their data sets, as unprotected data coffers can become starting ground for malicious hackers. So this is not a smart move. The solution to this problem is companies are recruiting more cybersecurity professionals to protect their company's data. Some other steps taken for securing data includes data encryption, real-time security monitoring, etc. The next challenge is integrating data from a variety of sources. And the data comes from various sources. Combining all such data to prepare report is a very challenging task. And the solution to this problem is to purchase a right tool for it. Some tools are Microsoft SQL, Enterprise Data Integrator, etc. Now comes to its privacy and security. Privacy is the type of comfort to have some control over how the personal information is used and collected, whereas security is the way of protecting information and its assets through the use of technology, process, and training from unauthorized inspection, disclosure, recording, modification, disruption, and destruction. Now comes to the privacy preserving methods. There are some traditional techniques and some recent techniques. Traditional techniques are de-identification, means data should be first sanitized with generalization before the release for data mining in order to protect individual privacy. Next is L-diversity, which means it forms which is utilized to safeguard privacy in data sets by decreasing the granularity of data representation. Next is T-closeness, which means T-closeness is attained when sensitive attribute distance in this class is not greater than the threshold. And next is K, anonymity. Now the recent techniques are differential privacy and identity based anonymization. Differential privacy is technology that provides database analysts and researchers are privileged to obtain valuable information from database that also contain personal information of people without revealing the personal identities of individuals. Next is identity-based anonymization, which means techniques that removes or modifies personally identifiable information. So here comes to conclusion. Big data is decomposed for bits of huge knowledge that leads to better discussion, decisions and strategic moves for overwhelming in business and other areas. Big data is growing and will continue to grow in the next upcoming years. There will be a big scope in big data in the upcoming era. The data is going to be larger, diverse, and faster and more. Most companies are already using dedicated big data tools, but all still see gaps in capabilities or have concern regarding the fit between these tools and their current and expected needs or uses. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivani. Thank you so much. Now we have our next presenter from the Ethiopia, Mr. Abduro Gaye Adi, along with Dr. Arti Singh, Atil Lima, and they will present their presentation on the topic of future development of WDM OFDM. Mr. Abduro, sir. Hello, sir. Are you there? Sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah, unmute. Please add me. I will give.
Okay, sir. Okay. please try to share your PPTs.
Okay, okay. Madam, you are disabled. Please activate
No,
my.
sir, now you are enabled. Kindly start.
The host disabled participants. I like. You are not unable to.
Uh, Arjun sir, I have
Yeah.
called Mr. Abduro basically.
Okay, okay, okay. But suppose you are not there, then you can add me.
Uh, okay, I think Abduro sir is not there. Arjun sir, are you ready with your
Yeah,
presentation?
yeah, yeah. I am ready. Yeah,
Okay,
100%.
sir.
No problem.
Okay. So
Okay.
kindly share your PPT.
Okay, okay. Please activate, ma'am.
We are doing. Okay, we have our next presenters with us, that is Mr. Arjun Kumar, Achintya Kumar Pandey, and Sudarshan Singh. They will present their paper on estimate of modeling units for Hindi speech recognition using AI.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am
Good
audible?
afternoon, sir. Yes, sir, you are audible and your
Okay,
screen is
okay.
also visible.
Thank you for giving me opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. My topic is estimate of modeling units for Hindi speech recognition using artificial intelligence. Nowadays, artificial intelligence is very challenging task. Okay, if you work any work, same work done by the system, that is called AI. And you think as a human, work as a human, that is called AI. I'm going to cover the topic introduction, AI, application of AI, speech recognition, pattern recognition, and conclusion. Speech recognition is the process of converting an signal captured by the microphone or telephone or set of words. These techniques span many sciences, including pattern recognition, artificial intelligence, statistics, probability theory, information theory, computer algorithm, logistics, psychology, and given biological. In the last 15 years, different speech recognition techniques has been given, proposed, and implemented. These techniques, including science, pattern recognition, artificial, as like that. To implement a speech recognition system, a basic requirement of speech and text crops. In this implementation work, self-developed speech and text crops issue and direction. So many phones also. The, the study and design of intelligence agents and also used to describe a property of machine or programs among research of machines will exhibit our reasoning, knowledge, planning, learning, communication, perception, and ability to move and manipulate. Application of AI, pattern recognition, hand recognition, speech recognition, natural language, face recognition, artificial creativity. Speech recognition. The system has been developed in two parts, namely front end and back end. Back end covers speech modeling, recognition, and language modeling, while front end part works on processing and features extraction, while back end covers assessing modeling, language, and modeling recognition. Pattern recognition. Pattern recognition is a technology that matches the information stored in database with the incoming data. We also have to distinguish between the pattern recognition and computer vision. While these two technologies seem similar, computer vision and technology mostly focus on processing and analyzing images and visual information such as object detection, visual-based learning, and segmentation, pattern recognition. So many algorithms according to that, but confusion matrix also. In conclusion, the goal of Hindi as a system is that the system should recognize the asymmetric signals and give the output transcription in Hindi. The limitation of the previous developed system is that the transcription of acoustic signals comes in English. The contribution of the work is to develop a true Hindi speech recognition system in which transcription of recognition words comes in Hindi. The system was developed for vocabulary size of 100 words. To develop the system Hindi model toolkit was used that uses the hidden Markov models. According to the hidden Markov models, and confusion matrix also used for this technique, and MFCC's techniques is also used. Depth first search algorithm is also used for the pattern recognition, and it was the calculated for the experiment result. The developed system produces the accuracy of 90%. It clean environment and 86 general field condition. The experimental result of future comparison show that MFCC is better than the testing training condition. This is the references paper. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Now moving further, I would like to call Ms. Surbi along with Devendra Kumar, Mr. Amit Sinha and Himani Jain, and they will present their paper on analytical approaches for securing electronic commerce transaction. One more thing I would like to ask, Ms. Hima John is there? Ms. Hima?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, ma'am, are you comfortable with giving presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, then next presentation will be yours.
Okay, okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Ma'am, I think the other has started.
Yes, Surbi, ma'am.
Hello.
It's visible.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, good afternoon to one and all present here. Today I'm going to present the topic analytical approaches for securing electronic commerce transactions. So basically, this is a paper which is actually a study on different methods that can be used to provide security for e-commerce field. So as we know that electronic commerce is currently facing serious security problems. So some of these problems can be mitigated by the use of digital signatures of mobile phones. So in this paper, we could examine the reality of this idea, like as how we can provide this security at the time of transaction in e-commerce, especially non-repudiation. So basically, as we know that nowadays we are using e-commerce very vastly, because due to pandemic, we are not able to go out and do our purchasing. So we are 80-90% dependent on e-commerce websites to fulfill our needs. So basically, e-commerce, it provides us an online store where a computer system is connected to seller, owner, and the buyer. So there are various activities that are involved there. So what are those activities? Like e-tail websites with online catalogs, then collect and use of demographic information all the way through network contacts, Then EDI is there, where information swap between companies through email and fax is done, and it actually utilize uh, the various potential customers and advertised customers there. So there is purchase and sale of business to business also. So these are the various activities which are involved in electronic commerce. And there are four things which are very much desirable when we are talking about e-commerce. First is authenticity. Authenticity means when the sender of the message says that he or she and the recipient must verify their identity. Then privacy. The content of the message is confidential and known only to the sender and the recipient, or the information need to be reserved from illegal parties. Then integrity. The content of the message is not changed during transmission. Either the message should not be altered or manipulated. Then non repudiation. The sender of the message cannot deny that the message was actually sent, or you need the proof that message has actually been received. So, whenever we are dealing with e-commerce, definitely we are performing transactions over there. We are performing activities related to transferring of money. Customers, they are sending the payment over there through various methods. They can use their credit cards, debit cards, or net banking can also be used. So security is very much required there. Now, what are the different methods that are being used? So first is, we all are aware that PKI, public key infrastructure, it is basically, PKI is basically a set of rules, set of policies, hardware and software that is very much required when we are dealing with creation of keys which are private, public, both. So it is an agreement that basically associate public keys with appropriate user IDs through the certification authority. So the user individuality necessity must be unique for each CA. The connection is created through the registration and release process, which can be implemented with software and under human supervision, depending upon the security level of the function. So this PKI function that provides this connection is called as registration authority. The certification authority issued public key certificates that make it unforgettable for each user to identify the user, the public key, its relationship, the validity criteria, and other attribute. So as we all know that whenever we are using PKI, there is a public key and there is a private key, and both the keys are mathematically related to each other. For encryption, we'll be using public key, and for decryption side, there will be usage of private key. Then there is usage of SET, secure electronic transaction. It is a secure payment protocol initiated a few years ago by Visa and Master. It uses asymmetric key algorithms for critical security issues such as non-refusal and message authentication. So for greater speed, the data is encrypted using symmetric key algorithms such as DES. So there are certain properties which is being followed here. And what are they? Cryptographic protocol for managing the entire transaction. It ensures authentication, confidentiality, and integrity of messages and links. And it also supports various features like card holder dealer registration, purchase requirement, payment permits, payment record. Now, the basic thing that we emphasize on through this presentation is the usage of mobile phones for enhancing the security in e-commerce section. Now, how can we use mobile phones for providing security whenever we are performing any transaction on e-commerce websites? So what happen is when we perform any transaction, then there is a need of confirmation that so and so customer who is doing this transaction is authenticable or not. So this can be done by the help of uh, a connection between the merchant bank and our mobile service provider. So the merchant bank can verify our details, the number that we are using, because during transaction we give our detail over there, so they can verify that whether we are valid or not, and how they can validate it with the help of mobile service provider. So mobile phone can use crypto sim toolkit that encrypts outgoing SMS messages. Secondly, the mobile can also use WAP response, preferably using digital signature algorithms. So if we are using first scheme, then it requires cryptographic support on the SIM card and provides encryption only between the consumer and the mobile service provider. Therefore, the mobile service provider must act as a notary there. The second system provides complete security between the consumer and the bank. However, this requires our mobile phone to be WAP enabled and the secret key to be shared with the bank. So if we are involving our mobile phone for providing security purpose, then either our SIM should be enabled to store the digital signature, or we can use a smart card coupled with our SIM card that will be helpful for providing digital signature whenever we are doing any kind of transaction. Then there is a great role of trusted third party, because it stores all the public key certificates. This allows the recipient to confirm the source of items even if there is no direct swap over the information. So what is the conclusion that we have found in the whole study is that there is a need for an international public key infrastructure for greater mobility. The digital signature solution is considered more concrete. It may take some time for it to be adopted as an acceptable legal solution, as it is only subject to digital signature and standardized legislation. Then at present, digital signatures are not fully legalized or standardized in most countries where electronic signatures can be legalized. These are the references that we have used for this study. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Survi ma'am. Thank you so much. Now moving further, I would like to call Miss Hima John, Remya Kisasi, Vinny Girard, Sujay, and Mr. Ashe. They will give the presentation on customer behavior prediction using propensity model. Miss Hima ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, I'm sharing my screen.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so thank you for this opportunity. Myself, Hemajam. I'm from Kerala, Thrissur. I'm a 2020 pass out batch of Computer Science Department from Christ College of Engineering. My team consists of Ashif Shaju, Binny Gerald, myself, and Sujay Sudhi, and guided by Dr. Ramya K. Shashi, our HOD. I'll be presenting on the topic consumer behavior prediction. The name as it is, it's no new thing. We have seen consumer prediction models as it is a trending topic now. So I'll talk about the motivation on taking this topic. When coming to the purchases, a customer always goes with the trust. That is, it's a common trend seen in every customer to stick to one trusted supplier. So today, what the situation is today is everything and anything is available online these days. So this always raises the question about trust, that even if a seller is certified, the customer may not find satisfaction in their services. So so this triggered to propose a model which always help the trusted suppliers of the customers to make their services even more effective and customized. When stating suppliers, we refer to the supermarkets and hypermarkets, these retail centers, as these are still the most trusted sellers, retail centers for purchases. So these suppliers, by using this system, can predict the monthly needs of its customers and verify with the customer, so that they can make they can place the order for their monthly necessities and take it to their doorsteps. So we know that door delivery is no new thing to people nowadays. So I think the acceptance of this project or this idea will be hyped to a certain level. Now, and the situation now is, as the pandemic situation, people care more about their security, and they don't really want to risk going to these retail centers and to be with more people. So the risk of getting infected is great. So I think relying on the people will be willing to rely on this scheme or this model. So the experimental results show that the proposed model do just act in solving the problems under consideration. So we are familiar with the enterprises giving customers oriented services. So this trend is widely followed in all e-commerce platforms and telecom and etc. This customer behavior prediction model can actually increase the quality of the services. For example, the portals are able. This portal is able to give suggestions and recommendations according to our previous purchase history or the search histories. This is what going on online. Now we are going to in our project we are going to take this offline. That is, consider a hypermarket or a supermarket. In Kerala, every supermarket and hypermarket will be having a membership scheme. That is, people who are regular customers to a certain hypermarket or supermarket, they will be given membership accounts and membership cards. So our project work on the scheme that people or the customers having a membership card can only get this privilege of the scheme. So we will be analyzing the purchase history of each customer over a span of 4 or 5 years, and we try to predict the next expected order or purchase they are going to make. So by doing this, we get we can actually predict what they are going to buy next week or next month, likewise. So we can make an estimate of the amount they are going to be spending on that, and we can share this with the customer so that they can check it and confirm and give us the confirmation so that we can do the door delivery. For this, we are using the neural network, recurrent neural network. Why we are using this recurrent neural network is it's known for its precision and accuracy.
Hello.
So now hello,
Miss Hema ma'am.
Yes.
Are you changing your slides?
No, not yet.
No. Okay.
So I will am I audible? Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You are audible.
Okay. Okay. Now I'll be going to the literature review. That is the main papers which helped us to complete this this project or this model. One is this customer shopping pattern prediction, a recurrent neural network approach. This is where we get the idea of using a recurrent neural network and the precision, comparing the precision and accuracy of the RNN with other techniques available. So from this, we got an idea of dividing the time, the period we are taking into consideration into equal intervals, then using the RFM model. So now we'll move into the paper topic, the CBPM. So as I told before, the objective of this project is to build a propensity model so as to facilitate the prediction of a customer purchase behavior, like whether the customer is likely to buy something or not. So what we are going to do is we'll be predicting the customer's monthly household purchase list. The purchase is taken to their their purchase is taken to their doorsteps. So the customers can buy by paying the bill or turn down if they are not interested in the list that we have provided. And the customers are notified prior to the delivery. So the customers can make the online orders also. So the prediction can be implemented using the neural networks, the recurrent neural network, as I said before. So the thing about neural network is that it remembers the value over arbitrary time intervals and regulate the flow of the information from inside to outside. So the output, first of all, we will be giving random weights to the nodes, and then we'll make the neural network to study to learn that what all inputs can give what all outputs, and then we'll be doing training it by giving the output as the input again. And thus after over a period of time the accuracy will be greater over each time. And we will be using the RFM, that is the recency and the frequency and monetary. That recency, so the RFM model, and the data or the purchase history of the customers are used to analyze their pattern of purchase and to predict their future purchases. To provide and ensure the satisfactory in customer services provided, which is a key in good or portable marketing. These are things we discussed earlier. So I told you we are taking under consideration about the supermarkets, and we are only giving this privilege to people who have a membership account in the in that particular supermarket or hypermarket. This can actually the good thing about is that actually these people who have the privilege doesn't need to go over there and make these purchases and take the risk. But in other hand, the actual flow of the customers coming to the supermarket doesn't go down by doing this, because people other than the membership members also will be coming to the supermarket, and at this situation it will be like random, like not more than 20 or 10 people can go into a supermarket at the same time. So people will be going in alternate going to every next alternate shop. So that count won't be affecting the supermarkets in actual. So now a pattern in purchases is formed assessing the frequency of the purchase. I told you the frequency, like monthly, or if the customers are making making purchase of a set of items like a monthly or weekly or even daily, will be assessed. Then the list of the possible items that the customer may likely to buy is predicted using the learning algorithms. The data sources from the offline customer databases, that is the stored history of the transactions of the customers in the database of the supermarkets. The data is pre-processed as to clear the anomalies and structure of the data. That is, if there are some anomalies, if the structure of the dates, if the transaction, if the formats are disordered, then we'll have to pre-process it, clean it, so that there won't be any anomalies when the data is trained, or even when they are when used to predict. So the study of the parameters R, F, and M and their evolution over time makes it possible to characterize the relationship with a client. The algorithm will be trained with the data captured in time sequences T0, T1, etc. up to Tn to predict the class at a date Tn. That is the T1, these T0, T1 and Tn, etc. are the time intervals that I mentioned earlier. Recurring model entries are sequential and take into account the evolution of parameters R, F, and M. So the below picture shows the time intervals, that the regular time intervals that we will be taking. These time intervals can vary. As I said, we can take into consideration the weekly intervals or the monthly, or even we can take into consideration the yearly when if it's needed. So this is the simplified model which can make it more clear. The data sources we will be using is online or offline customer databases. Here we will be using the online, offline customer databases, and we have to pre-process the data so that it can fit into the learning format for the RNN. And then we will be using the ML algorithms, the deep learning techniques, that is the RNN. And the prediction will be giving us the timely predictions of the customer purchases. In order to study the behavior of the customer and the changes over time, we will define over the study period time intervals of equal size t. This is again what I said earlier. We then iterate on these subdivisions by considering each time the transaction carried out before a date tj. That is, if we are considering transactions up to today, then the day tj will be like 19th of December, and we calculate the recency ij, rij. That is, if the customer is I, then the recency up to date, and the frequency up to date, and the monetary up to date values of customer I. So for a customer I, rij is the difference between the hello.
Sorry to disturb you, ma'am. Actually, I request you to kindly wind up the session.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
So these are the RFM RFM of this model, and so the data we are storing will be in a tensor dimension, that is where n is the number of dataset customers, that is the number of customers, and p is the parameters to enter, and the number q is the number of intervals to the study period. So these are some additional informations about this model. As an indication, an inventory value high means that the customer has not been seen for almost a year or something. So that will be the recency category 4 for this. So the data set used here is the purchase history of the customers, and these data set will be divided to train them and then formatted to the actual data set, and then we'll be using to predict. So this is the snap of data set that we used. So in conclusion, we can say that we can achieve significantly better and accurate results when machine learning and data mining are combined. From the comparison study on the above papers revealed that the percentage difference is in the combined results of these techniques is efficient and better in the case of machine learning and data mining. So we have decided to implement our customers' purchase behavior propensity model using the machine learning and data mining techniques. So these are the references that we use for this paper. And that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Hima ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, moving further, I would like to request Mr. Nand Kumar Mishra, and they will give the presentation on the topic, a comparative study on pattern recognition techniques using neural network. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Please allow me to share my presentation.
Yes, sir. So kindly share your slides.
Yeah, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Sorry. Yes, it's visible.
Good afternoon to one and all present in this conference. I am Nand Kumar Mishra, Assistant Professor and Head MCA of Hindustan Institute of Management and Computer Studies, Farah, Mathura. This paper is a comparative study paper, it's a survey paper, which I have submitted in this pattern recognition techniques. My objective was to make the comparison between different techniques available for pattern recognition. So in this paper, I have just tried to compare between the statistical and non-statistical methods as well. So in this, I'm just going to present in a full screen view. Yeah, ma'am. So the primary goal of actually this machines are what? To recognize the regularity between the data. If there is some kind of regularity, then we can use some machine learning techniques to find it out. And that is what the objective of this pattern recognition systems or the pattern recognition techniques are. And basically, these are used for different classes, doing some kind of clustering, doing some kind of analysis, and through which we can find out that with the available data, uh, what kind of pattern we can find out so that we can predict the future outcomes. And normally, this pattern recognition can be very easily done by the human beings. They actually perceive everything as a pattern. Humans can easily remember their mobile numbers. Human being can easily remember the faces. They can easily detect the animal types. So everything they can do very easily. And the objective of this pattern recognition in the computer is that it should also do the same thing in the same manner. With the advancement of computing and the availability of data, as we can see nowadays, we have plenty of technologies or techniques through which we can easily find the pattern. Even the computer vision, this machine learning has gone beyond. We can identify the objects, we can identify, we can locate their positions also. So this has taken a lot many things. Basically, if I define a pattern, it is nothing but a regularity between present in the data. So I'm just coming, what are the different tasks that is involved in pattern recognition? In pattern recognition, we try to find out the association between the objects. We try to do the clustering of the objects. We can make some labeled classes and we can perform the classifications. We can map the data. We can find some temporal patterns also. Then we can also do some feature mapping. So all these are the tasks that is in this pattern recognition things. And there are different techniques through which we can do it. The old methods like template matching and then the structural methods, statistical methods. Further, artificial neural networks are being used for pattern recognition. Fuzzy logics are being used for finding out the patterns. Approximate reasoning is used. Common this logical combinatorial methods are also used. Support vector machines are used. Fourier series, deep learning, and now the quantum computing is also used for pattern recognition. So if we see from the template matching, now we are moving towards the quantum computing techniques to find the pattern. And all these methods have some advantages and some disadvantages, and which are being overcome in the next method. Like right now in deep learning, as quantum computing algorithms are, or quantum computers are not easily available. So deep learning techniques also, we are using many things, many new algorithms, and which are making our task easy in pattern recognition. So there are different problem domains, and in these problem domains, we have find out different applications. And in this table, I have shown that what are the problem domains, and we have taken some applications of those problem domains. We have shown what are the input patterns, and we have shown what will be the output pattern classes. So we can use this pattern recognition in bioinformatics, in image segmentation or image analysis, in industrial automation, multimedia database retrievals, agriculture, speech recognition, computer visions. All these are the applications where we can use this pattern recognition techniques. And there are some the major techniques that we are using. It's template matching, where we are making a particular template and then we are fitting our data into it so that we can find out the patterns or the classes. So template matching. Then we have some statistical methods through which we can find out the features. We have some structural methods where we make the primitives, just like language grammar. Language grammar has the primitives, and through those primitives we can find out the sentences or errors in the sentences or the patterns in the sentences we can find out. Then further, we have used neural networks, where we can use the different algorithms, and then we can find out the patterns. And the typical criteria for finding out the classes or the pattern recognition is use mean square error in neural networks. Then we have LDA. We can use the linear discriminant functions, which is being used in the perceptron model. We can use PCA, which is used in auto associative networks, and various species networks is being used for this. Actually, this is the statistical methods and artificial neural networks. Which method is similar to what method? Like the principal component analysis, we can use if we are using statistical pattern recognition. And similarly, we can use the also auto-associative network and various species networks in artificial intelligence to do the same task. This is the development of the neural network from the macro pits to the now we have the deep learning neural networks. So I tried to put these methods, and we have compared through different methods on the basis of their properties, and we have done some critical evaluation on these methods by going through various papers, the old papers. And those was for the this feature extraction. Now these are some methods for feature selection. So again, in feature selection, we can use these methods. There are some properties that we can use, and then we have done the critical evaluation on the parameters for these methods. Then for pattern classification, again, we have used different methods that is being used for the pattern classification. What are the properties on which they are being based, and again, their critical evaluation. So different methods are compared in this single table. So single table gives you the idea how different methods are different with each other, and what critical evaluation, through critical evaluation, you can understand that which method is better in which situation. Then we have some error estimation methods also, that during this pattern recognition, which error estimation methods we can use for, and which method is better and which method is not better, that we can show here. These methods are used for pattern clustering. Then these are some frontiers of pattern recognition tasks that we have shown through the table. Although we have different techniques for the pattern recognition, but still lots of work has to be done, because still you have to choose the models through some techniques. So by comparing them, that takes a lot of time. So some kind of adaptive dynamic programming need to be used, where the models can be selected dynamically. So through this comparative study paper, we have tried to put across that what are the things, what are the research areas still need some focus. We can use some combination of different algorithms to do the pattern recognition that can solve or that can reduce the errors. As we have less time, so I'm just trying to conclude the paper. So although there are so many innovative ideas, researchers are still coming up with some different techniques, like new transferable models are being used by the industries also, and still many things has to be done for pattern recognition. Thank you, ma'am. This is it for my side. As I have to attend one more program, so I'm sorry. I've just tried to cover it very fast. Any question, ma'am?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, now moving further, I would like to call Mr. Ashwin, and they will present their topic on COVID-19 and education sector impact and opportunities in India. And the co-authors of this paper are Amit Sinha, Mr. Devendra Kumar, and Mr. Naveen Kumar Singh. Sir, over to you, Ashwin, sir.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
I have to share my screen, ma'am. How I can do that, ma'am?
Yes, sir, yes.
Where is that option, ma'am? Okay, okay, fine. Yes. Is it visible?
Yes, it's getting visible. Yes, sir, it's visible.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello, everybody. Myself, Ashwin Parti. Uh, I am working as an assistant professor in IT department in ABC Engineering College. And with me, my authors are Dr. Amit Sinha, who is my HOD, and Dr. Devendra Kumar, HOD MCA, and Mr. Naveen Kumar, sir, who is from IPM College. So my topic is about COVID-19 education sector. So basically, the impact of COVID-19 is not only on specifically on the economy factor, economy, healthcare. Everyone is too much impacted by this COVID-19. But this impact does not only on those sectors. It also applies for education sector too. And this education sector then this education sector, which is, if you just see this in our abstract part itself, coronavirus pandemic has disrupted.
बोल दिया उसको मैं अब नहीं वो चेंज होने का जो कह दिया वो कह दिया एक बार
Some problem. This COVID-19 problem is not only in India. That is the issue. That's how this online education is moving towards. And in this, when we are working from our home, yeah, this is another problem which is impacted by this COVID-19. The voice which is coming behind to all in this Zoom meeting. This not only with the Zoom, this is with Microsoft Team, this is with Google Meet. Any of these platforms are providing this such online education, and that's how the field is, and that is what my topic is on. This COVID-19 impact does not only on aviation, oil and gas, automobiles, it impacted online education as well. And that's how the companies are meeting to the peoples of the working. So with this, if you just see how the market has grown up, and it depends on the people itself, the challenges. And so this is how this impact of this on education sector. Then the current work, what we have done for this particular presentation, we have just collected the data on over for education sector only. We are not going on to other sectors where the impacts are too much, right? So our work tried to extract opportunities and looking as a new dimension towards learning. That's how we are just trying to find out the impact of COVID-19 specifically on education. So if you go with the challenges part, the challenges which are dealt with this, that is the classroom teaching, sessional test, exam cycle, and one-to-one doubts. That's what is just a challenges. Previously, what we were having, when we were having not online, we were meeting physically. So at that time, what we were having, we were meeting in the classes, we were meeting with the students, and one-to-one doubts were clear. And there were exams where we can easily check the students. And now what is happening? The challenges are two. That's why this online, if you just see the education sector, how it has grown up. Then these are the opportunities, the slowdown in students placement internships. I don't think so. This is slowdown with the big companies, with the big education sectors. Like IITs, still we are having a crores placement. Then we have the lower fees collections and created hurdles in managing the working capital. So these are some of the challenges related to our COVID-19 impact. However, if it does depends how we are seeing this particular COVID-19 as an opportunity, and we are just trying to find the new dimension of learning. That's what I said. When we go for the placement part, if the placement had there, surely there is a slowdown for those education sectors who are not working towards this side. But if I talk to for my college, the placement is tremendous, and we are more than 5 lakh package, average package of the students. So we have to find out what are the good things from these challenges itself. So if we just see the impact on pandemic on education sector, again the things are very challenging for us for online education. So with this online education, digital education of India is at center stage. So this is where online educators, we all are moving towards this. And these are, if you just see this, Coursera, Swayam, Udemy, edX, these are providing the new dimensions of education and learning during this COVID-19. So that's how this online education sectors comes up. And there were many challenges, how they were facing. Microsoft team is also there. There are many others also who are came just, if you just see the ads, the Karodpati is there. And if you just see how this online education sector is moving towards, just extra minds. We have lots of Byju's companies there, lots of companies. If you just stretch your mind, will just comes out how they are umbrella, how they are shooting up. So these are some of the online education masters. Through this, you can have your degree, and that's where the sector is moving towards. So NPTEL, which has challenges for NPTEL itself, and we itself tested the online platform for online Swayam NPTEL, and that's they have tried to move this physical examination to online examinations, and that's how we are just accessing the course. And this massive open online course has boomed up. Why? Just because of this COVID-19 sector itself. And these are what our findings were, and we have done all these findings. We have just tried to make it now. As I was talking previously, we had this problem working from home. uh, the people who are going to work from home, if there is no camera on, and that's how the people are doing, students, when they are attending the classes, how they are doing, they are not opening the cameras, because at the one time they are not doing the single task, they are doing multiple tasks. And that is again the challenge for COVID-19. So that's how this working from home is again a challenge for the people, for the students, for the educators itself. So these are what the dimensions for this COVID. So again, if you just see the results part, again, if you see Google had 60% of the market for education computers. This is one of the result which has been taken from the net itself. But if you just see here, uh, how the Google has turned up, Google, Microsoft, and Apple. These are the three big companies. Now, if you go with the result sector, which our part is impact on global education. If you just see the graph itself says how this staggering impact on global education is. So this is what we ever seeing in the graph. In the as a graph as the we are moving towards with the months, how the online education has impacted on global education. So these are the public opinions. 81% of the people says this had impacted on education sector as well. So finally, the conclusion part from my side, how this impact on the big companies on education sectors, Google Classroom, Microsoft Teams, and many things are there in the markets. And that's how these peoples are coming up. Amazon has tried, and this Microsoft has provided the platform Microsoft Team, and regularly they are providing different platforms. So the competitor is Google Classrooms. Similarly, there is many big companies are coming up providing MOOC education, NPTEL, Swayam, and this Coursera, EDX. All these companies are accepting the challenges and providing the new dimensions to this education. Thank you for this. And these are my references. Any questions? Thank you. Thank you for
Thank you, sir. Thank
the
you for
opportunity.
giving such presentation on such burning topic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now we are having our second last presentation that will be given by Miss Priyanka, and she will give the presentation on big data analytics, analytical tools, and the future scope of big data. Miss Priyanka.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, kindly share your slides.
Okay, ma'am. मैम एक मिनट।
हेलो प्रियंका। हेलो।
यस मैम। मैम एक मिनट अभी कर रहे हैं, थोड़ा मैम प्रॉब्लम हो रही है।
Okay, please wind up your session within 5 minutes, Priyanka. Okay. Hello, Priyanka. I think you are facing some technical issue. For the time being, I would like to play. Yes.
बस एक मिनट मैम, वो कनेक्ट नहीं हो पा रही है, एक मिनट रुक जाइए।
Hello. Priyanka, please take your time. Okay. For the time being, I would request.
मैम।
Yes.
मैम पीटी शेयर नहीं हो रही है।
Okay, no problem, no problem.
मैम
Okay.
आप शेयर कर दो मैम। मैम मैं एक्सप्लेन
This time
कर
not.
दूंगी।
It is not possible, Priyanka. Okay, it's okay. It's okay.
मैम
Okay, at last we are having a presentation from Ethiopia, and the co-authors and authors of this paper are Dr. Gavin Singh, Mr. Afendi, Mr. Raj Shekhar, and Mr. Adungna. And the paper title is Cryptocurrency, a futuristic digital currency for the digital world. So please see this video. It's of hardly 2-3 minutes.
And again, it's payment system without the involvement of third party or consultancy fee. So this kind of technology is open system in its nature and peer-to-peer and decentralized and helps use algorithm to construct this vast chain of cryptocurrency data, making it practically impossible to replicate the information in transit. So due to this reason, it got out of the market, and then in the next paper currency came into existence. But the more we print this kind of currency, the more we print, its currency value decreases due to this. Even if it is still working kind of payment system is not recommended as good payment system. Then the third and better recommended one is digital or virtual currencies, coins like Facebook credits. All of these were just considered as just digital and virtual currency system. So to ensure this currency system, we have to employ a technology called cryptography. So cryptographic technology guarantees the security of this transaction or to send some information to recipient. First, he has to encrypt. He has to just generate hash value of the data or the information he's going to send. That hash value will be encrypted using encryption key. Then that encrypted hash value will be considered as signature or digital signature for that information where that person is going to send. And as the arrival, the receiver will have his own way of verifying that information. So these are the technologies that we can employ on that currency system. So Bitcoin and other cryptocurrency based on SHA-256. Actually, this is mining algorithm used by Bitcoin and other popular cryptocurrency. This algorithm to mine the coins. Other popular cryptocurrencies based on this concept of blockchain are like Bitcoin, transaction, token. So the second component of cryptocurrency is cryptocurrency user. Anyone, any person or legal entity who obtains the coin and use it is considered as cryptocurrency user. Miners and participants are thermally regulated data centers with low cost of electricity. Conclusion, cryptocurrency is generally open source and security proof software project, and its main advantage is decentralized in nature, and it's impossible to make fraudulent activities. So finally, in the near future, cryptocurrency may control the dealers and other black money users. So this is the end. Thank you.
Okay, now after such enigmatic presentations, moving on, may I now request our session chair, Professor Dr. Girish Sharma, Professor and Head of Department MCA, High Permanent Institute of Business Studies. Sir is having expertise in mathematics, software testing, software engineering, distributed database management system. Now, I would like to request Mr. Professor Dr. Girish Sharma to kindly take over the session. Over to you, sir. Girish, sir. Hello, sir. Actually, your voice is not coming. Hello, Girish, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Now you are audible.
Are you able?
Yes,
you
sir,
able to
yes,
listen
you
me?
are audible. Yes.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So a very good evening to everybody present.
in the session, and it was of course a very very heavy session, and given to me by Professor Naveen. I congratulate around 30 participants who have contributed their work in the conference. And in fact, I was going through all the papers which was given to me, and many people were already I was knowing about, and some of gentlemen are already working as professors and on some another post in teaching endeavor itself. But in fact, I have to cut a very sorry figure here. One should not mind it. In fact, the quality of research is going on decreasing day by day, and more particularly, I observed that the people are submitting their work instead of making a cross validation of the things which they are contributing, and even sometimes I'm really cutting a sorry figure onto it, and that people are not very sincerely on the research. They are simply submitting the work just for the sake of submitting it and presenting it and getting a certificate out of it. My dear researchers and professors which are present here, kindly maintain the decorum of the research. The research is very crucial, not only for us, but also for mankind in the years to come. By name, Ashwin has actually given a very sensitive presentation in regarding education and the scenario of teaching education during COVID. It was really wonderful, contributed by Ashwin. And one more thing which I want to share more specifically here. Dr. Naveen, perhaps you will be careful while going for the next conference when you will be having the 30 papers. I mean, evaluating 30 papers in one go will be very difficult for a particular chair. So it will be wonderful if you could be able to making a load balance onto it, and by inviting some another gentleman also to help you out for this. In fact, I could very sincerely evaluate some papers which were, because frankly speaking, on some papers I could not emphasize myself. And I should not tell, even some papers are not up to the mark. They are not gently communicated as they are to be in a research presentation. So I hope you will not be taking my words otherwise. And you can sincerely, you can sincerely introspect yourself that there are some people, there are some presenters who can still feel, yes, there are scopes of improvement. So I simply want, in fact, they have collaborated. This is very good. They have contributed, they have collaborated, they have presented. But the idea is this, they must practice. They must practice before presenting. And I think they are, I mean, self-genius they are. They could understand better where they were lacking. And in the time to come, they will try to improve onto their research skill, their communication skills, and many skills which usually contribute in a present. Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Audible.
Am I audible, madam?
Sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
So why did you muted me already?
So I think it's muted by your side, sir. It's
No.
from our side.
No. I'm very much in pace. I'm comfortably going. Please.
Okay.
Let me complete.
Continue.
So in fact, there were 30 papers in all, in totality, and almost all people have delivered it. The very first paper at serial number 1, which was application of machine learning for T20 matches. Perhaps the case study was taking for T20 matches. It was really seems to be a fundamental work which is contributed by some. I am not exactly knowing the author because I don't have the hard copy with me. But the work was appreciable, very good. Then I had one more gentleman from Aura University. If you can help me to find it out. One presenter is from Aura University, madam. Hello, madam.
Yes, sir. Dr. Sunil were there.
Yeah, what was the topic? What was the title?
Sir, title was Opportunities and Challenges in IoT Implementation in Agriculture Field.
Yeah, this gentleman also really delivered the fundamental work from Ora University, Gujarat, perhaps. Surat.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Is it?
Yes, yes.
So that was I mean that was a sort of a honest contribution that was worked very judiciously and meticulously. The presentation was planned and a real contribution towards IoT was shown. Then we have one more paper which was actually revolutionized by collaborating the artificial intelligence and blockchain. So this was, I think, the work carried out under the guidance of Professor Naveen Kumar, and one student was also there. I am not exactly reminding the name. So this seems to be a good work. Then one more also work I could not be able to identify again the name, but it is by some Indu Joli. So same about this. I mean, again, she was telling about same the relationship between AI and blockchain, how it could be established. So that was also very good contribution. Finally, one more paper was there, which is more referring to security issues over e-commerce. And it was at serial number 30. Hello. So again, at serial number 30, a honest contribution was provided. So although the conference seems to be very good and everybody has worked hard, although you could be able to fetch a good number of research, but in fact quality was somehow lacking. Although a mixed blend of quality was observed, but still there is a scope for improvement. Hopefully, in the next time to come, in the next years to come, when we will plan this after this pandemic, after this COVID session. So I hope we will come out with the flying colors. Once again, I congratulate all the authors, all the researchers, and the dedicated team of IPM who have made their day and night frame for holding this conference, and they have get it done. They have made a dream true. Finally, I congratulate everybody. So thanks a lot. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to address and to chair this session. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much for such a splendid and thought-provoking session. Thank you, sir. Now it's time for a persuasive and uplifting valedictory session. Thus, may I request Dr. Danish Athar, Associate Professor, Sharda University, Uzbekistan. Sir is senior member from IEEE and having more than 20 research papers in various journals. Sir has worked at the College of Computing Sciences and Information Technology, Tirthankar Mahavir University, Muradabad. Sir has done research in algorithms, data structures, and programming languages. Sir is the editor of Matrix Academic International Online Journal. So now I would like to request Dr. Danish Athar to kindly take over the session for a daunting valedictory speech. Sir, over to you.
Ma'am, can you please give me the permission to share my screen?
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
So I am not able to share my screen. Can you please give me the permission?
Yes, sir. We are doing, sir. We are doing. Try to share your screen.
I am getting a message. Host disabled.
Now you are co-host. Please try.
Okay, now I got it. Okay, thank you. Now I got it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay.
So this is the validity session of ICAEABM 2020. I disabled my video because I have some bandwidth issues. I am outside. Okay. So let me first congrats Sir, Colonel Dr. A.S. Malhotra, Director General, IPEM. And when I mean to congrats, sir, I mean his team, Miss Risha, Miss Savita, and the other team members who had done a wonderful job. This is really an extremely well planned, organized conference. They had done it. So I would like to take an opportunity to congrats all the authors, delegates, and the participants who have participated in the conference. And the authors, the contribution of the authors was really very good. I would like to congrats to the authors and the participants and whoever had witnessed this grand successful event. It was a great achievement. Great offers are made by the team of IPEM, what has been seen in this conference. It was a great teamwork. Even in this pandemic situation, they are able to do such a successful conference, that they are able to link people around the globe. That approximately, I had seen the panel, approximately 7, I think, from the 7 countries, that is from Ethiopia, Uzbekistan, Africa, and many other countries. The people were there and they were sharing their views. It's really a great learning platform for all of us, and a very great achievement for everyone who had made this event a great success, even to the volunteers, to the students, and to everyone.
Sir, kindly open
So,
your camera.
okay,
The
okay,
video camera.
okay, just wait.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Then can you capture it and then I can close it, because there is a bandwidth issue. Otherwise, my voice will not be clear.
Okay, sir.
Okay, okay. Can you capture the screen and then I will make it off.
Capture.
So that was a wonderful, well-organized conference, as I had already mentioned, and 30 papers were successfully presented. It is really a great task to present 30 papers in a one day, as mentioned by the speaker just before me.
Camera, sir. Thank
Yeah,
you.
let me stop my video. Okay. Okay. So I would like to again congrats to the person who had chosen the title. The title of the conference is really a demand for today and the future. As you all know, that big data and machine learning will be the future technology, maybe for the next 10 years. As whatever we see around, even we are capturing pictures from our mobile phone, we are taking clicks, we are taking selfies, or we are scanning our passports, or we are scanning our documents. Everything is a data. So a large amount of data is generated. You can imagine that the number of users that are present on this globe who are using their mobile phones and the amount of data that is generated by them. For that, to manage that large amount of data, we need big data. And why we are storing data? I do not want to go in much elaboration, because since morning you are listening the words of learned peoples around the world. They are talking about big data, they are talking about machine learning. I just want to conclude why I make this statement, that the title of the conference is relevant and is a demand for today and future. So I would like to share this. This is a small 2-minute video. So this is a small 2-minute video which will be supporting that why I had mentioned this, that your title is a really wonderful title and it's a demand for today's and future. So let me play this video. This is a 2-minute video, just watch it.
The time of spreadsheets is over. A Google search, a passport scan, a barcode reading in a supermarket, your online shopping history, an EKG reading, CCTV footage, a photo of a sandwich, a voice message, a tweet. All of these contain data that can be collected, analyzed, and monetized. Supercomputers and algorithms allow us to make sense of increasingly larger amounts of information in real time. In less than 10 years, CPUs are expected to reach the processing power of the human brain. A survey done by the Global Agenda Council on the Future of Software and Society shows that people expect artificial intelligence machines to be part of a company's board of directors by 2026. There is a good chance that in 15 years, your job is going to be performed by computers.
Sorry.
Since decisions once based on experience and intuition will be made through machine analysis of massive amounts of data. Think about a vehicle that is able to read its environment and react accordingly, much like a human driver, but also analyzing other sources of information that will make the trip safer, faster, and more efficient. Analyzing vast amounts of medical data from different locations and demographics will allow to determine which conditions improve the effectiveness of certain treatments and which don't. Big data analysis will reveal patterns and connections that will vastly improve most human activities, but it will also create very detailed profiles for all of us, including information that we'd rather keep private. Will big data make privacy obsolete, bring transparency and progress?
By video, idea that what relevant the conference title is. So now is the moment. That is a Thanksgiving moment to everyone. That is certificate distribution of a ceremony. But as the pandemic is there and we are doing everything online, so there are certain instructions from the organizers. I would like to share that certificates will be couriered to all the registered participants. Okay, so need not to worry. You will be getting your certificates very soon at your doorstep. Okay, and there is one good announcement for the people who have joined through YouTube streaming. But that is, be careful. You have to submit your feedback form. Okay. So after submitting your feedback form, you will be getting your e-certificate. So don't forget to submit this feedback form. Okay. So thank you. And it's really been a proud moment for me to be the part of this conference. And I would like to be linked with IPEM peoples again in future. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for such moving and uplifting speech. Thank you, sir. As the conference gradually reaches towards the slight end, it's highly important to appreciate the efforts made by the participants. So as sir has already told you, that certificate will be sent to the registered participant on your corresponding addresses along with the conference proceeding. And those who are attendee, they will get their e-certificate after submission of feedback form. So thank you, participants. We appreciate your hard work and wish you a future ahead, great future ahead. So now, for extending thanks and appreciation on successful completion of the event, may I like to call Dr. Naveen Kumar Singh, HOD, Department of Computer Application, IPEM, and convener of e-conference to kindly come upon the stage for presenting vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Good evening to all of you to present in the conference. It has been a pleasure to host all the participants of the conference at IPM Group of Institution Ghaziabad. I am thankful to all the participants to attend the conference. We have been fortunate to have eminent persons from academia and industry. I am sure that the participants must have benefited by attending the conference. I am thankful to our management and Secretary Sri Anupam Goyal sir for giving us the opportunity to conducting this international conference. I am very much thankful to Dr. Colonel A.S. Malhotra for continuous support and advice, which have been greatly helped toward the successful organization of conference. My thanks go to Dr. Sugandha Goyal, Dean Academics, for support and advice for successful of conference. I sincerely thank our chief guest, Mr. Gaurav Sharma, Secretary CSI, Ghaziabad chapter, and is the principal research scientist in Digital India for accepting our invitation gracing the inaugural session. I sincerely thank to Dr. Navel Sharma, Associate Dean Academicity, College Haatso at Ghana, West Africa, for sharing a view on a cloud computing algorithm. I am thankful to sir. I sincerely thank to our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Alex Khang of Vietnam University of Technology, Vietnam, for his valuable talk. I sincerely thank to Professor Dr. Devendra Pal, Chief Proctor and ex-Dean, IGTU W, for sharing information on the conference. I sincerely thank to Professor Dr. Grish Sharma, Head of the Department by Permanent Institute and City Government of Delhi, for chair the technical session 2 for a tremendous support. My sincere thanks to Professor Dani Sathar, Sarda University, Uzbekistan, for conducting a valedictory session, and it was a very nice valedictory session conducted by Professor Danis. Thank you, sir. My thanks to all, also go to all the people who have given the precious time in organizing. In particular, I would like to acknowledge and thanks Dr. Manu Pratap Singh and Dr. Grish Sharma for managing the review process of a conference paper. I would like to thank all the technical members, especially Ms. Supriya and Ms. Savita. Without their effort, is not successful of this conference. I would like to thank all the faculty members of Computer Application Department to a big success of conference. And I also like to thank all the head of the department and the faculty member of IPEM group of institution to support us a big success of the conference. Thank you so much.